Chapter 920. The floating figure was naturally Lu Yin. Although he had destroyed 2 corpse kings with a single finger, he had been severely injured. The Neo-Human Alliance had not shown any mercy, and he had fainted as a result. Lu Yin was fine as he had taken an ancient pill to improve his strength. His injuries would recover in a short period of time, but he had been rescued by the Windflower team. He had a dream that his body had been dissected and studied. He wanted to study it as well. His physical strength, spiritual force and domain were constantly improving, which was strange in and of itself. However, it was one thing for him to want to study it and it was another for others to study it. Lu Yin suddenly shouted and opened his eyes. His entire body was filled with nutrient fluid and the pod exploded with a bang. The cultivators outside the pod were startled, and they hurriedly retreated as they stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. They did not dare to approach Lu Yin as he was wearing universal armor with extremely high defenses. They wanted to test him, but even the 2 captains could not remove his armor. Thus they could only perform a rough test. The data they obtained shocked them and they felt as if they were looking at something inhuman. When the 2 captains learned of this information, a battle broke out between them, as both captains wanted to take this person as a disciple. He could use a cosmic ring, had a gadget and was wearing universal armor. This person could not be a monster but rather a human. An explorer with data comparable to an Enlighter's had blinded everyone in the Windflower team, so it was normal for them to fight over him. Lu Yin walked out of the pod, still wearing his universal armor. He scanned his surroundings and saw quite a few rune lines. 2 of them were actually at the level of an Enlighter, which meant that there were 2 Enlighters on this spacecraft. Lu Yin became vigilant, as Enlighters were not ordinary people in the Outerverse. It was a little strange that 2 of them had appeared here. At this moment, many people appeared outside the door and they all looked at Lu Yin warily. "May I ask where this is?" Lu Yin asked in a calm and courteous tone. Those people's expressions relaxed a little. At this moment, a calm-looking youth walked over and sized Lu Yin up. He stretched out his hand. "Windflower team, Vice Captain Mo." Lu Yin shook his hand. "You can call me 7. Vice Captain Mo's eyes flashed. "Is it inconvenient to reveal your real name?" Lu Yin smiled. "You wouldn't know me even if I did. Everyone calls me 7. Vice Captain Mo did not mind. "Let's get you something to eat." Lu Yin nodded and thanked him before following behind the man. On the top floor of the spacecraft, the 2 captains of the Wind and Flower Alliance were looking at their screens. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Everything else aside, just the universal armor he's wearing is not something an ordinary person can possess. Nonsense. Captain Hua rolled his eyes. Captain Feng was furious. "Old Hua, be more polite with your words. If you're being polite, can you give him to me?" "Impossible. He's my disciple." "Forget it, you can't even take off his armor." "Can you peel it off?" "Give it a try." "I'll give it a try." Just as he was about to start eating, the void in front of him distorted and 2 old men appeared. They stared at him intently. "I'll strip for you to see. I was the one who did it for you to see." The 2 old men's words scared Lu Yin. "What? Strip? Strip what?" He looked down and his expression changed. These 2 old perverts. The captains of the Wind and Flower Alliance attacked Lu Yin simultaneously. Although Lu Yin was not afraid of them, they were still 2 Enlighters and his target was such a wretched person. He panicked and took out his super flash. The tear bomb detonated and a blinding light illuminated the spacecraft. Even the 2 Enlighters could not withstand the light for a moment and were forced to stop. Lu Yin stepped out of the void and left the spacecraft. His injuries had more or less recovered and the effects of his pills were superb. It was time for him to leave. However, there were 2 Enlighters on this spacecraft, which was not right. He looked at the spacecraft carefully, wanting to know where these people had come from. A familiar symbol appeared before his eyes. Was this the Endless Borders? Inside the flying ship, the blinding light quickly dissipated. The 2 captains of the Wind and Flower sect had only been pierced by the light and were fine, but the rest of the people were unlucky. Their eyes were all red and those with weaker cultivation levels were tearing up uncontrollably. The spacecraft was also affected and it stopped in space. After a while, the captains of the Wind and Flower Alliance finally recovered and opened their eyes to see Lu Yin standing in front of them. "You 2 seem a little too enthusiastic about me," Lu Yin said as he looked at the 2 old men with a wary gaze. The 2 old men were embarrassed. Kid, we were just betting on who could take off your universal armor. Lu Yin raised his brows. Why? Whoever can do it can take you as a disciple, the captain blurted out. Lu Yin found this funny. Sorry, I already have a master. The two old men were not surprised. Lu Yin was so young and he had the physical strength of an enlighter as an explorer. It would be strange if he did not have a master, as his master was definitely not an ordinary person. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Feng and I'm one of the captains of the Windflower team. My surname is Hua and I'm one of the captains. Lu Yin politely replied, Chi. Seniors, you can also call me Little Chi. Little Chi? You're from the Outer Verse? The captain asked. Lu Yin nodded. I'm from Iron Blood Weave. The captain was shocked. You're from Iron Blood Weave? Which stronghold are you from? Lu Yin smiled and did not answer. Half a day later, the Wind and Flower elders left. Lu Yin ate while thinking. He had not expected to be rescued by the Windflower team. He had originally wanted to return to Frostwave Weave, but now there was no need to rush. The Windflower team was from Endless Borders, and Lu Yin had always wanted to get in touch with them. Wang Wen had also reminded him to do so, and this could be considered an opportunity. Actually, in the entire Outerverse, including Shamrock Enterprises and Mavis Bank, Lu Yin could not see through the Nalan family and Endless Borders. He had investigated the Nalan family before and they had been born with a curse. This family was very mysterious and he could not learn more about them even if he wanted to. As for Endless Borders, they were an organization that even the Hall of Honor had taken the initiative to interfere with, so they were naturally not simple. Lu Yin felt that their philosophy was very similar to that of most cultivators, and there would definitely be many people who would be willing to join them. This was especially true for exploring the astral wilderness, as they might discover another civilization, unique natural treasures or different battle techniques. Whether it was purely for the sake of adventure or for some other reason, Endless Borders philosophy would definitely attract countless people to join them. Lu Yin was very curious about how many adventurer teams Endless Borders had in the astral wilderness, and he had actually encountered one today. He decided to follow the Windflower team, and it just so happened that the two old men wanted to take him. They also wanted to take him in as a disciple, and even if he had a master it would not be a problem. This gave Lu Yin a chance. However, Lu Yin still felt that these two old men looked familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. The Windflower team had returned to the Outerverse this time to go to Endless Borders headquarters, but Lu Yin did not ask why. Although he did not ask, the others did not hide anything from him, especially since the two old men were arguing right in front of him. They had said everything that should be said and should not be said, including the Outerverse's greatest secret, the path to the Innerverse. When Lu Yin found out about this secret, he was truly shocked. Such a huge secret, or at least such a shocking secret, had been revealed just like that. He was not prepared at all. However, the others did not seem to care. When he thought about it, it made sense. The Windflower team was an adventurer team from the astral wilderness, and they did not care about the Innerverse. So what if they knew the path to the Innerverse? They would not go there either. This information was worthless to them, but it was extremely valuable to Lu Yin. The calm-looking youth thought that Lu Yin had been frightened by the two old men's argument, and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder to comfort him. At this moment, Lu Yin was thinking about how to get this secret path out of them. Wang Wen was right, he could ignore everything else in the Outerverse, but he could not ignore Endless Borders. This corporation had too many secret routes, and they even had such a route. Endless Borders headquarters was located on Simo Stars, and it had once been located in the Endless Weave. After the border battle, the defensive line had been pushed to the Southern Weave, and Simo Stars had been pushed to the Southern Weave as well. Simo Stars had a total of 23 planets. Aside from the main planet Simo Star, the other 22 planets circled around, representing 22 development teams. Once a new development team was born, there would be one more planet. To outsiders, this was a secret, but Lu Yin now knew. These development teams not only included the astral wilderness but also the Outerverse. For example, Yang Hai, who Lu Yin had once interacted with, had been the leader of a development team and had owned a planet. Another example was Ba Chu, who Lu Yin had hired the old smoker to kill, who had also owned a planet. The Windflower team also had a planet, but they had not returned for many years. The Windflower team's spacecraft was not a radiant-grade Aurora, but a black hole grade 1. It was 10 times faster than a radiant-grade spacecraft, and it would cost at least 10,000 star essence to purchase, and that was only for a single person. Lu Yin had once owned such a spacecraft, but it had unfortunately been destroyed. There was still half a journey to Simo stars in the southern weave, and with the speed of a black hole-grade aurora, it would only take a few days to reach. Just as Lu Yin was feeling bored, a middle-aged man from the Windflower team suddenly proposed to spar with him. Quite a few members of the Windflower team started to jeer. Lu Yin had joined the Windflower team over the past 2 days, and he only had to wait until he reached endless borders to confirm his identity. To the members of the Windflower team, he was already one of their own. This was what an adventurer team was like. There was not much scrutiny, and they had only gathered for a common interest. These people were all amazed by Lu Yin's physical strength. Some of them were already physically strong, and it was normal for them to spar when they drank too much. However, it was not that simple this time, as both captains of the Windflower team had appeared. Lu Yin did not refuse. "Please." The middle-aged man's fists collided with a dull thud, and his skin turned a metallic luster. This was an innate gift, and one could tell how powerful he was even by looking at him. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 921. Innate gifts were still very rare in the Outerverse, and anyone with an innate gift could directly join the 10 Arbiters Council. As one's cultivation increased, the development of one's innate gift would be extremely useful in battle. Lu Yin quietly stood in place and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned solemn, and his metallic fist was suddenly imprinted with 6-lined battle force. He charged towards Lu Yin and punched downwards. The outline of the fist suddenly enlarged several times, and it felt like Mount Tai was pressing down. Lu Yin was shocked, as this person actually had 6-line battle force. This person had the power of a cruiser, which meant that his innate gift was extraordinary. However, there was a loud explosion that stunned everyone present. In the center, Lu Yin had single-handedly blocked the middle-aged man's punch without even taking half a step back. Not only that, but the middle-aged man's battle force also gradually cracked before finally disappearing. The captain of the Windflower Squadron was shocked. Through their initial tests, they knew that Lu Yin's physical body was extremely powerful, and that he was close to being an enlighter. However, physical strength was one thing, and whether or not he could display it was another. Not only was this person's physical strength extremely powerful, but his battle experience was also not lacking. The middle-aged man retracted his fist and simply said, "I've lost." Lu Yin smiled. "Sorry for the offense." The middle-aged man was disappointed, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. As the man retreated, another person appeared. This person looked thin and weak, and his eyelids were drooping. His hair was a little fluffy and he looked quite young. When he saw this person walk out, Lu Yin's face turned solemn. This person was a hunter, and not an ordinary one at that. In terms of rune lines, he was about the same as the calm youth who was Vice Captain Mo. In the entire spacecraft, this person could be ranked in the top 5. "I'm not your match in terms of physical strength, but..." The thin man stared at Lu Yin. "I'm very fast." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yin suddenly shifted his body to the side. A cold blade streaked through the void, leaving behind afterimages as it sliced through the void. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end, and even Vice Captain Mo's expression changed. Even he hadn't noticed when the attack had been made, and what was even more shocking was that Lu Yin had actually dodged it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched the cold blade slash horizontally. He suddenly raised his hand and firmly grabbed the pale hand on the blade's hilt. He exerted strength in his palm, and overlaying stacks exploded. The void trembled, and a dull sound similar to that of a drum rang out. The thin man was dragged out of the void, and he continuously retreated under the force of overlaying stacks. Captain Feng was astonished. 50 stacks overlaying stacks. Impressive. Everyone looked at Lu Yin as if he were some kind of freak. It was unheard of for an explorer to be able to display 50 stacks, so how had he learned it? Lu Yin smiled. "Excuse me." He didn't try to hide himself too much, and it wouldn't be difficult for these people to investigate him since he hadn't changed his appearance. Even if they found out, it wouldn't matter. Although he had only known them for a few days, he already understood them very well. They weren't scheming people, and they didn't care about his identity. Vice Captain Mo slowly walked out and took off his jacket. "I'm here to ask for advice." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This person was a peak hunter who was second only to the enlighters Feng and Hua. A peak hunter was definitely an expert, but in Lu Yin's eyes such a person was nothing special. During this trip to the Innerverse, the imprinter had suppressed his power level to 200,000, which meant that Lu Yin could even contend against a peak hunter, let alone a mere vice captain Mo. The crowd had thought that it would be a fierce battle, but in their eyes, Lu Yin's ability to contend with vice captain Mo was already shocking enough. An explorer had jumped realms to fight against a battlecruiser. A voyager was already considered a realm breaker with exceptional talent, and to fight against a hunter was already considered a freakish genius. But now Lu Yin had actually fought against a peak hunter, which was something that they had never expected. They just wanted to see how long Lu Yin could last. Vice Captain Mo had also attacked with the attitude of a teacher. However, he was quickly stunned and even began to doubt his own existence. He had been defeated without any suspense. Lu Yin had only used a single palm strike to explode with 80 stacks, and Vice Captain Mo's confident attack had collapsed. The remaining power of the attack had even caused Vice Captain Mo's chest to feel stifled, and he was forced back more than 10 steps. Everyone was stunned. Vice Captain Mo couldn't believe it and he no longer held back. His peak hunter power level erupted, but at that moment Captain Hua spoke up. "That's enough. There's no need to compete." Vice Captain Mo stopped and looked at Captain Hua in astonishment. Captain Hua looked at Lu Yin. "In the current universe, aside from one person, I can't think of anyone else who has such strength at such a young age. Am I right, Alliance Master Lu?" Everyone was confused at first, but then they seemed to recall something and they all looked at their gadgets. Lu Yin's image could be found online, which was also why he didn't want to hide his identity. He had simply changed his name to 7 out of habit. If these people couldn't find him, then so be it. Even if they did, it didn't matter. The rest of the Windflower team were shocked to see that it really was Lu Yin. Although they spent most of their time exploring the astral wilderness, they could still occasionally obtain some information. Furthermore, they had already returned to the Outerverse for a few days, and Endless Borders headquarters had already sent them a list of the people they needed to pay attention to in the Outerverse. Lu Yin was at the top of the list. Everyone had the same feeling about Lu Yin. He was not someone to be provoked. Their Windflower team had 2 enlighters, and they were definitely powerful even in the Outerverse. They dared to talk to any power, but Lu Yin was the only one that even all of Endless Borders exploration teams would not be able to contend against. Not only was his strength heaven-defying, but his background was also extremely powerful. If that was all, then it would have been fine. At most, they would have viewed him as someone similar to the 10 Arbiters. However, this person was extremely ambitious, ruthless, and extremely intelligent. This was the true reason why the Outerverse's great powers feared him. After confirming that it was indeed Lu Yin, the Windflower team members' expressions changed. Lu Yin slowly bowed. "Junior Lu Yin did not intentionally deceive you. I'm just afraid of being assassinated. Please do not take offense." Captain Feng looked at Lu Yin in amazement. "It's been a few years since we last met in the Outerverse. Who would have thought that such a person would appear?" Lu Yin smiled at the captain. "Actually, this is not the first time we've met." The 2 captains looked at each other and were puzzled. "We've met before?" Lu Yin nodded. "Back then, the 2 captains fought in outer space and stirred up the stars. Do you remember that you brought a personal spacecraft in?" The 2 old men thought for a moment before Captain Hua exclaimed, "I remember now. You're that kid from the Astral Combat Academy." Captain Feng also remembered. "During our battle, we accidentally brought in an Astral Combat Academy spacecraft, but that spacecraft managed to escape on its own. So it was you." Lu Yin smiled. "That's me." "Ah, what a coincidence." Captain Feng laughed. Captain Hua also looked at Lu Yin in admiration. "Back then we were talking about how the Astral Combat Academy was filled with geniuses. We wanted to watch the Astral Combat Tournament, but we had to go to the Astral Wilderness to attend to some matters. Who would have thought that we would meet again after so many years?" "I just remembered as well." Lu Yin smiled. The spacecraft headed towards the southern weave. Along the way, Lu Yin gave some instructions to Wang Wen, Wei Rong, Enya, and the others. He also specifically asked Wang Wen about Endless Borders. Wang Wen expressed that he did not know much about Endless Borders. The reason why he cared about Endless Borders was because this organization's philosophy was very much in line with Cultivator's desires. Endless Borders was also an organization that explored the sea routes and was extremely valuable. Lu Yin was looking forward to this trip to Endless Borders headquarters. Through his conversation with the two captains, he had learned why these people wanted to spar with him at this time. It was all for the upcoming internal competition of Endless Borders. A power could not be uncirculated like decaying water. As an adventurer's guild, Endless Borders had a spirit of exploration and creation. Every once in a while they would hold an internal competition, and the victors would be rewarded handsomely. This was used to stimulate the various exploration teams. There was no lack of people who won these competitions and created their own teams. To the internal members of Endless Borders, the competition was very important. Although the Windflower team was not interested in the rewards, they did not want to fall behind either. That was why the previous scene had occurred. Every team could only send one person to participate in the competition, and the rest were not from the exploration teams, but rather from the internal cultivators of Endless Borders. The competition was actually a chance for these people to create their own teams. Unfortunately, very few cultivators were able to seize this opportunity, and the victors were usually the cultivators of their own teams. This time the Windflower team's representative should have been Vice Captain Mo, but Lu Yin's appearance was unexpected. Although Vice Captain Mo did not think that he would lose to Lu Yin, he did not have much confidence in himself. Lu Yin's reputation was simply too great. "Seniors, Vice Captain Mo, I wonder if you could give me the right to participate in this competition? I would like to obtain something," Lu Yin asked politely. The two captains looked at Vice Captain Mo. Vice Captain Mo smiled. "Of course. We are not that interested in the competition, and with our Windflower team status, we don't need to obtain anything through the competition. If Alliance Master Lu wants to participate, you can." Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Alliance Master Lu, there is one thing that I must remind you of. The cultivators of the participating teams are not ordinary people, especially the teams that explore the astral wilderness. They all have very powerful self-preservation abilities, so please do not be careless," Vice Captain Mo reminded Lu Yin. He had participated in this competition several times and had won many victories. "There's one more thing. The internal competition does not allow the use of external items," Captain Hua specifically reminded him. Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for the reminder. I understand." After Lu Yin left, the two old men looked at each other. "How far do you think he can go without external items?" Captain Feng asked. Captain Hua shook his head. "It's hard to say. Actually, even with external items, it's still very difficult to kill an enlighter. This kid has such ability as a limiter, which is very rare and incomprehensible. He also has a secret technique, and with his unparalleled physical strength, there should be very few hunters who can fight against him." The two then looked at Vice Captain O. "How did you feel after exchanging a few blows with him?" Vice Captain Mo hesitated. "I keep having the feeling that he held back." The captains were not surprised. Lu Yin's current reputation was entirely due to his battle prowess, and a peak hunter was not qualified to threaten him. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 922. The Southern Weave was not very famous, and it had originally been just a foil to the Endless Weave. However, ever since the border had been shifted, the Southern Weave had become famous throughout the Outerverse. The Dark Phoenix Clan, Endless Borders headquarters, and other large organizations that had once dominated the Endless Weave had all moved to the Southern Weave. Combined with the border, the Southern Weave was now one of the most important weaves in the Outerverse. The Simo Cluster was where Endless Borders headquarters was located. Simo Cluster was surrounded by 22 satellites, which represented 22 exploration teams that had been recognized by Endless Borders. Outside the Simo Cluster, a spacecraft with the Endless Borders logo appeared. Inside the spacecraft was Yang Hai's team that Lu Yin had once interacted with. During the internal competition, the various teams would show up whenever they were free. Yang Hai looked at the Simo Cluster and felt rather emotional. He recalled the difficult journey he had gone through since he had joined Endless Borders. He had also participated in the internal competition and had stood out. He had been valued by a team and he had walked out step by step. Unfortunately, the entire team had gone missing while exploring a new route. Missing meant death. Captain, who are we sending to the competition this time? A cultivator behind Yang Hai asked. Yang Hai thought about it. It doesn't matter. The border battle has drawn out quite a few exploration teams from the astral wilderness. If they send people to participate, even I won't be their match. Pick one. Yes, Captain. Similar scenes were playing out in many other teams. The astral wilderness development teams and the outerverse development teams were two different concepts. Vice Captain Mo of the Windflower team was a peak hunter, and in terms of strength he surpassed Yang Hai. This was the strength of the astral wilderness development teams. Some people were unwilling to be left out and were determined to participate in the competition. For example, the stone team that had been sent to support the border battle had sent out a genius who was said to be able to shoulder the responsibility of this era. This person was known as the Little Stone Man, and he was a stone man with an innate gift of unlimited regeneration. He was not human, but he could still be considered one. Another team had sent out a super expert with 8 lines of battle force, and his strength was close to a peak hunter. He was very powerful and even surpassed the captain of the Outerverse development team. Those who had never been to the Simo cluster would not be able to understand how terrifying Endless Borders was. Although they were the loosest organization and did not participate in any battles, at most they made money through transportation. However, when it came to hiding their strength, it was shocking. Even Aegis at its peak. Just the Windflower Squadron alone had 2 Enlighters, and Captain Sher was also an Enlighter with a power level of 290,000. This was not even Endless Borders' full strength. If not for the fact that these people only wanted to explore, Endless Borders' strength would have been enough to make the Outerverse Hall of Honor wary. The Windflower team's spaceship arrived at the Simo star cluster and landed on the planet that belonged to the Windflower team. It was just an ordinary planet with mediocre scenery, people and geography. There was nothing worth paying attention to, so he followed Vice Captain Mo directly to Simo planet, which was the center of Endless Borders. Simo planet was very large and sturdy, and Lu Yin could see quite a few majestic rune lines at a glance. Although they were not at the level of an Enlighter, there were quite a few that were at the level of a hunter. He couldn't help but be speechless. Endless Borders' hidden strength was truly terrifying, and any random development team could surpass the Great Yu Empire of the past. However, these development teams could not be considered the true strength of Endless Shipping. Once Endless Shipping revealed their intention to fight for power and profit, these teams would be destroyed. It was hard to say how many of these development teams would remain. They had only gathered together because of their love for adventure and exploration, and they had also received the support of Endless Borders. Otherwise, they might have been disbanded at any time. Vice Captain Mo appeared to be calm and honest, but he actually liked to visit brothels like bars. Lu Yin was not used to this and he had no interest in such things. Alliance Leader Lu, since you're here, you should relax. There are still a few days before the competition. Vice Captain Mo brought 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "Just call me Chi." Vice Captain Mo laughed heartily. "There are probably very few people in the Outerverse who can call you that. It's my honor." Lu Yin shook his head as he heard the clamor around him. Most people were still discussing who would be victorious, and most of them were talking about the small stone man. An image of the small stone man even appeared on the bar's screen. Lu Yin glanced at it and was rather surprised, as it couldn't even be considered a human. It was basically a combination of small stones. There were all sorts of environments in the Outerverse, and with the passage of time, many people had changed in order to adapt to their local environment. However, this was the first time that Lu Yin had seen such a complete transformation. If you ask me, there's no suspense in this competition. It'll definitely be the small stone man. No one can touch him, and even if he's scattered, he'll just reform again. No, I think it'll be Brother Chong. He's an absolute expert with 8-lined battle force, and he's also a peak hunter. No, I think it'll be an Enlighter. I heard that the 2 captains of the Windflower team have returned. What can those 2 shameless old men not do? That's true. If they fight, then Captain Stone will fight as well. The others won't need to fight and we'll just watch them play. Lu Yin glanced at Vice Captain Mo and found that he wasn't angry at all. It seemed like he was used to it, or perhaps the Windflower team had done something similar before. If the Enlighters don't fight, then who do you think is truly unbeatable? Someone asked loudly after drinking too much. Whoever answers correctly, I'll pay for this round's drinks. Bolsh *T. Everyone has their own reasons, so who can convince others? You bastard, you always pretend to be forthright and say things that can't be refuted. Someone mocked him and the people around him began to jeer. That person waved his hand. It's not just limited to endless borders. In the outerverse, if I say one person, you can't refute me. If anyone can, I'll pay for this round's drinks. Everyone's attention was drawn to him and quite a few people asked him loudly. Someone even specifically mentioned the 10 arbiters. That person smiled proudly. Except for the 10 arbiters. He paused. Booing. The moment he said those 2 words, the bar fell silent and no one said anything. Vice Captain Emo took a sip of his drink and glanced to the side. He was speechless as the main character was right there. What do you think? You can't refute me, right? As long as no enlighters fight, Lu Yin will definitely win this competition, that person said proudly. Someone was unconvinced. Lu Yin doesn't count. He's just a freak. Even if an enlighter does participate, I still think that Lu Yin has a high chance of winning. I think so too. In the current outerverse, there are only 2 people below the enlighter realm who can't be provoked. One is the 10 arbiters' divine fist and the other is Lu Yin. There's no doubt about who will fight, someone else said. The people around them began to discuss, and they even brought up Lu Yin's battle with the 10 arbiters. Vice Captain Emo was even more surprised. He knew that Lu Yin was famous, but he had not expected that his name alone would be able to intimidate the entire bar. Achi, how do you feel? Are you proud? Vice Captain Emo whispered into Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin smiled. I'm used to it. Vice Captain Emo choked. Was this modesty or pride? He could not tell, but it seemed like he was drunk. At that moment his gadget beeped. Lu Yin glanced at it and smiled. Success. He had officially joined Endless Borders as Achi. The Feng and Hua elders treated him quite well. Even though they knew that he was Lu Yin, they had still allowed him to join. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that they wanted to improve the relationship between Endless Borders and the Great Eastern Alliance. Scope. Lu Yin put down his glass. Vice Captain Emo was puzzled. You're leaving so soon? Are you afraid of being recognized after just one glass? Lu Yin nodded and slowly walked out of the bar. Vice Captain Emo did not leave as he wanted to continue drinking. Lu Yin had seen all sorts of sceneries in the universe, but Simo Star Cluster was famous because of Endless Borders. There was not much to admire on its own. Lu Yin did not wander around and instead returned to the Windflower Team's satellite to wait for the competition to begin in a few days. Endless Borders did not invite anyone else to participate in the internal competition, not even Elder Big Drum from the Hall of Honor who was nearby. The lockdown of Simo Star Cluster began just like that. The location of the competition was Simo Star's Adventurers Plaza. The plaza was very large and encompassed dozens of mountain ranges. In terms of surface area, it might even exceed the total surface area of Earth. Furthermore, it had been reinforced so even enlighters could fight here. Countless cultivators from Endless Borders arrived and appeared around the plaza, creating an abnormally noisy scene. Every exploration team had a floating platform that resembled a spacecraft that floated high above the plaza. They were superior to everyone else, and this was just one of the benefits of being an exploration team. It was precisely because of this difference in treatment that countless cultivators from Endless Borders had tried to form exploration teams. Lu Yin stood beside the Windflower Team's captain, and behind him were the other members of the team. They were all looking around the plaza. The plaza was too large and it was difficult to see the surroundings with the naked eye. Thus, many screens had appeared that could illuminate every corner. President Yen is out, Vice Captain Emo whispered. Lu Yin followed his gaze and looked at the centermost screen, which was also showing a floating platform. There was a group of people there and none of them were weak. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Even the weakest rune lines were at the Hunter realm, and there was even an enlighter among them. He was the old man sitting in the center of the group. He was the chairman of Endless Borders, Xianxia. Most people in the outerverse were unfamiliar with this name. Everyone knew that Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations, but very few people paid attention to Xianxia. This was probably because he had always kept a low profile, but it was also possible that the media had been warned not to report on anything related to him. Xianxia pressed down with one hand and the plaza fell silent. Everyone was looking at the central screen and at him. Xianxia's expression was stern and his gaze was dignified. Does everyone still remember the essence of endless borders? Nobody spoke. It's adventure, exploration, and the discovery of new and unknown things. It's the spirit of having the courage to roam the world. Because of the recent events in the Outerverse, many people have forgotten our essence. Do they really think that we're just a money-making corporation? Wrong, we're adventurers, not corporations. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 923. Xianxia slowly stood up and said, I've heard too many rumors recently. Regardless of whether it's the Border Weaves War, the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion, or the fate of the Amethyst Company, all of them have made many people uneasy. Some believe that Endless Borders should contact certain people to seek connections, while others believe that we should join a faction as soon as possible. Today I'll tell you that they are wrong. Wrong. We are an adventurers' guild and our nature is adventuring and hot-bloodedness, not war. No matter what happens in the outside world, we have our own stance. Border wars are dangerous and we pledge our lives to protect humanity. However, the internal struggles of humanity have nothing to do with us. Today I'll solemnly tell everyone that Endless Borders will not participate in any power struggles. Similarly, we are not afraid of anyone's threats and no one can threaten us or harm us. Xianxia's words stirred up the ambitions of countless cultivators in Endless Borders. Indeed, they did not participate in any power struggles and the outside world had nothing to do with them. They were just adventurers who were purely adventurers and they were not weak. They looked at the floating spectator stands around the plaza. These were all exploration teams and there were hunters and enlighters among them. They did not fear anyone. The members of the Windflower team all had awkward expressions. They could tell that this was directed at the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that it was directed at Lu Yin. Was Lu Yin really that influential? The two old men looked at each other and regretted their decision. They had originally thought that Lu Yin's influence would only extend to the Central Weaves, and they had invited Lu Yin to join them to improve their relationship. After all, having more friends was always better than having more enemies. Furthermore, they might even need Lu Yin's help in their future adventures. But what was the situation now? The internal competition's morale-boosting speech had actually been directed at Lu Yin, which left them at a loss. Vice Captain Imo looked at Lu Yin speechlessly. How terrifying was this person now? Everyone was talking about him. Lu Yin himself was speechless. He admitted that his influence was great, and that it had already extended to the Central Weaves and unified a third of the Outerverse. But was it really worth it? Just an opening statement was enough to cause trouble for him. Xianxia was very satisfied with his opening statement. Alright, I'll solemnly announce that Endless Borders' internal competition will now begin. Prepare to draw lots. As he spoke, the images of over 10,000 cultivators appeared on the central screen. They were all participants of the competition, and Lu Yin's image naturally appeared as well. Although Lu Yin was famous throughout the universe, most people had only heard of his name and had never seen his face. It was just like how people at the bottom of society did not recognize the rulers of other countries. Only those who were also rulers could recognize him, such as President Yan. He had just sat down when he looked at the images of the contestants. He wanted to see who had the most potential. He decided to recruit 2 more teams this time to boost morale. However, as soon as he glanced over, he was stunned. He stared blankly at one of the images and rubbed his eyes. As an enlighter, his eyesight was very good, and it was impossible for him to do something as crude as rubbing his eyes. However, he still did it and he felt like he was dreaming. How had that person appeared? Guild leader, why does that person look like? Someone beside Xianxia spoke up, but before he could finish, Xianxia stopped him. Go investigate this person. The person hurriedly nodded. There was no lack of people in the universe who looked alike, and logically speaking, it was impossible for Lu Yin to appear here. He hurriedly checked, feeling nervous. Very quickly, that person said in a low voice, "This person's name is Seven, and he was recommended by the Windflower team to join Endless Borders 3 days ago." Xianxia's eyes flashed. The Windflower team? It should be fine, as the Windflower team had been exploring the astral wilderness all this time. Perhaps that person really did look similar to Lu Yin. As he thought about it, he looked at the screen that displayed the Windflower team's images and saw Lu Yin standing next to the 2 captains. With a single glance, he was certain that that person was Lu Yin. Their appearances might be similar, but their aura could not be faked. That person's position was even higher than the two captains, and he did not seem to care at all. In the current universe, aside from Lu Yin and a few others, who would not care about an enlighter, Xianxia felt like he had swallowed a fly. Why was this person here? President, that person? Someone else cried out in surprise, but Xianxia quickly suppressed his voice. Soon after, more and more people recognized Lu Yin. Xianxia could only warn them one by one to not spread the news, or else this competition would be over. He had used Lu Yin as an opening statement and he could not afford to lose face like that. Everyone who recognized Lu Yin was speechless. This was too much, and why had this person come to the Simo star cluster? And he had even joined Endless Borders? Couldn't he just change his appearance? How much did he care about Endless Borders? Xianxia contacted the captains of the Windflower clan and found out how Lu Yin had joined them. He really wanted to curse the two old men to death, but when he remembered that they were both enlighters and not just any ordinary enlighter at that, he forcefully restrained himself. The two old men looked at each other. They felt that the situation had become serious, so they simply refused to admit that they had recognized Lu Yin. Their unified statement to the outside world was that this person was called Qi, and that he was a cultivator with an extraordinary innate gift and a genius. The two old men instructed everyone in the Windflower clan to maintain a unified statement, and everyone understood. Lu Yin did not mind. His gaze swept across all of the competitors, and his evaluation of Endless Borders' strength increased once again. If all of these people were used by Endless Borders, then the organization's strength would be terrifying, and they would definitely become a great enemy in the future. Martial strength could only intimidate for a short period of time, but one's thoughts could influence an entire lifetime or even countless years. Endless Borders had recruited countless experts based on their adventurous mindset, and even the Hall of Honor had been attracted to them. That was the most frightening aspect of the organization. Lu Yin's gaze deepened as he looked at Xianxia on the screen. Up until now, Endless Borders had not revealed any intentions of vying for power. However, if a certain generation's president wanted to do so, it would bring about trouble. Lu Yin felt that it would be better to control Endless Borders if possible, and it would be best if he did not have the position of president. It would be best if the management level of Endless Borders kept each other in check. Xianxia and the others did not know that this internal competition had already caused Lu Yin to have some thoughts about them. The lots were quickly drawn and the battles in the plaza began. Most of the participants were limiters, followed by explorers and cruisers. Hunters were generally from exploration teams, and many of the competitors just wanted to make their presence known. They either wanted to be valued by a good team or they would be able to do things in the future. The battles in the plaza were divided into many areas, and 100 battles could be started at once. Some battles ended very quickly while others ended very slowly. Not long after, it was Lu Yin's turn to compete. His opponent was a limiter, and when the limiter sensed that Lu Yin was an explorer, his expression turned bitter. "Bro, can you give me a chance? Let me show off my cultivation results." Lu Yin nodded and casually looked around him. The limiter roared, but he did not attack Lu Yin. Instead, he used a battle technique on the spot. It was a rather strange move, but he was also quite smart. He knew that no matter how he used a battle technique, it would not affect Lu Yin at all. Thus, he decided to use it himself so that he would not have signed up for the competition in vain. Xianxia and many others who recognized Lu Yin looked at him. They were speechless when they saw this strange scene. The limiter gratefully walked away. Lu Yin was amused, and it was his second match. His opponent was an explorer who had cycled through 4 cycles just like Lu Yin. This person seemed to be quite confident as he swung a giant hammer at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand, grabbed the hammer with his fingers and squeezed it hard, shattering it. The explorer was stunned. This is made of an extremely rare metal. Even a cruiser can't break it. You dash. Before he could finish, Lu Yin pressed down on his head. "You've lost." The explorer felt bitter and he turned to leave. Endless Borders' internal competition started quickly, and it ended quickly as well. After all, it was just an internal competition and it was only meant to boost morale. A day later, only a few hundred people remained out of the original 10,000 participants. It was still an elimination round, but instead of 100 battles starting at the same time, they would be fought one at a time. It was similar to the Astral Combat Tournament. Lu Yin only wanted to participate as a formality. He looked up at the screen and saw Xianxia and many others staring at him. He knew that these people had recognized him and he smiled. Xianxia felt uncomfortable. A few more days passed and there were only 20 participants left. The more time passed, the more exciting the battles became. At the same time, the information of the remaining participants would be checked. This was especially true for the exploration teams, which would try to recruit free cultivators. In a corner of the plaza, the people that Yang Hai had sent to participate in the competition had already been defeated. He had not paid much attention to this competition, as the most outstanding people would either form their own teams or join the exploration teams in the astral wilderness. It had nothing to do with him. However, one of the remaining 20 people caught his attention and he was stunned. Why is it him? It was not just Yang Hai. More and more people were looking at Lu Yin. When there were only 20 people left, Lu Yin stood out. Cries of surprise could be heard from outside the plaza, and then someone would be seen using a gadget to search for something. Xianxia was helpless as he could not hide this any longer. This person was too famous and someone would definitely recognize him. If one person recognized him, the others would naturally investigate. In the floating stands outside the plaza, Captain Shi looked at the Windflower team's stand in shock. He looked at the young figure and asked, "Why is he here?" Beside Captain Shi was the popular little stone man. When he heard Captain Shi's exclamation, he looked up at the Windflower team stand and asked, "Captain, do you know that person?" Captain Shi's expression turned serious. There's no suspense in this competition. The same scene occurred in the various floating stands. Although not all of the exploration teams had shown up, more than half of them were present and most of the remaining participants were from these teams. Now these people all knew that there was no suspense in the competition. In the crowd outside the plaza, a person held an empty bottle and stared blankly. He was the one who had suggested that Lu Yin would participate in the competition. It had been a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? There was a lot of discussion outside the plaza, and many people were curious as to why Lu Yin had appeared. Many people looked at Xianxia and when they recalled his words, they were filled with admiration. It turned out that the president had already known about Lu Yin's presence and had said those words for Lu Yin to hear. This was a provocation. "Ahem, Alliance Master Lu, it looks like you've been exposed," Captain Feng said. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia on the screen, and it just so happened that Xianxia was also staring at him. Lu Yin leaped out and landed in the plaza. He raised a hand and pointed at the images of the remaining participants, hooking his finger. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to challenge everyone. Chapter 924. Everyone outside the plaza was shocked, as such a thing had never happened in the internal competition of endless borders. Some felt that Lu Yin was trying to provoke them, but most were excited. They were adventurers and they loved excitement and exploration. They did not care too much about power struggles. Lu Yin's domineering attitude excited countless people, and a deafening cheer rang out from outside the plaza. Everyone subconsciously shouted. Xianxia exhaled and asked, "You want to challenge everyone else?" Lu Yin nodded and his lips curled up. "Please give me a chance, President." Xianxia's eyes narrowed and he glanced at the images of the remaining participants. "You can decide for yourselves. The elimination round will be changed to a battle of the arena. Whoever defeats this person will be the winner. You can either fight alone or work together." Countless people cheered. The young stone person was furious. "He's too arrogant. Captain, I'll deal with him." Captain Stone indifferently replied, "Find someone to work with." "Captain," the young stone person said unhappily. Captain Stone looked at him coldly. "I said find someone to work with." The young stone person lowered his head and grunted before leaping into the plaza, causing the ground to tremble. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the young stone person was the most popular participant in this competition. The young stone person was very obedient and did not take the initiative to step forward. Instead, he stood in place and waited. Following that, figures descended one by one. They were the remaining participants. Lu Yin's reputation was too great, and they planned to work together to deal with him. Of course, there were some who did not want to work together, such as Bro Chong. As a hunter who had cultivated 8-lined battle force, he had his own dignity. "Go!" someone shouted and everyone charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He wanted to challenge everyone because he had seen the essence of endless borders. Here the winner was king. What he wanted was excitement and excitement. He wanted to give everyone in endless borders a shocking performance. Blade light flashed, but Lu Yin dodged and punched out. There was no one there, and all sorts of innate gifts sparkled in the plaza, accompanied by terrifying destructive power. Almost all of the remaining participants were hunters, and there was even a peak hunter among them. Their strength was enough to rank them at the top of endless borders, but even if they worked together, none of them could touch Lu Yin. Lu Yin's current physical strength was simply too fast, and his modified eyes allowed him to see rune lines. Even if an enlighter suppressed their power level to less than 200,000, they might not be able to defeat him, let alone these people. After all, he had fought against imprinters in the Innerverse. The contestants attacked one after another, erupting into cheers. Everyone was excited. They had never seen such a scene before. However, it didn't take long for the crowd's cheers to die down as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. After fighting for so long, these people didn't even touch his clothes. Yan Chen's heart sank as this was Lu Yin. Many people said that this person had relied on external items to reach his current level, but it had to be known that this person had relied on external items to deal with enlighters. Even the 10 arbiters had challenged him to a duel, which meant that this person was almost at the same level as the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were existences that even enlighters did not dare to underestimate. In other words, these people weren't just attacking an explorer, they were attacking an existence comparable to an enlighter. Lu Yin kept dodging and all of the competitors grew anxious, but they just couldn't hit him. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he suddenly leapt up. He raised his right hand high and gathered star energy to form a sun that smashed down like a real sun. With a boom, the plaza exploded and shockwaves swept out in all directions, distorting the void. The shockwaves shattered the surrounding space and the shockwaves spread out of the plaza. Outside the plaza, countless people felt a strong wind blow against their faces, and they were unconsciously pushed back. That incomparably heavy pressure terrified them. Lu Yin floated high in the sky and looked down. That sun had gathered nearly half of his star energy, which was roughly equivalent to an enlighter with a power level of 200,000. That one attack had been enough to cause most of the competitors to lose their ability to fight. As the dust settled, it was revealed that only 3 contestants were still standing. 2 of them were on the verge of collapse and only the stone golem had not changed at all. However, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Just one attack had defeated most of the competitors. "You can't beat me," the stone golem said. His voice was dull but it was deafening. Lu Yin looked down at him from above. Unlimited recombination means that the number of attacks you receive did not reach the upper limit. Are you sure you want me to attack? I remember that there's a rule in the tournament that there's no need to discuss life and death. The stone golem snorted. There's no need to scare me. You can't beat me. At this moment, Bro Chong appeared in the plaza and walked over to the stone golem. He could clearly see that he was not Lu Yin's opponent in a one-on-one fight. This person had displayed an attack that was comparable to an enlighter's without even panting. Bro Chong had no choice but to team up with the stone golem. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll attack." He then disappeared and reappeared right in front of Bro Chong and the stone golem. His 8-lined battle force appeared and he struck out with a palm. Bro Chong's eyes turned cold as his 8-lined battle force imprint appeared. He roared and punched out and the stone golem did the same. One palm against 2 fists and the ground collapsed. Out of the 3, Bro Chong's cultivation was the highest. The stone golem's innate gift and physical characteristics made it so that he was not any weaker than Bro Chong. As for Lu Yin, his physical strength was the strongest. His palm strike had been accompanied by 80 stacks, while Bro Chong could not even withstand 60 stacks. His 8-lined battle force shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. The stone golem's body cracked open and then shattered into pieces that scattered across the ground. The attack had only taken an instant, but the result was even faster. Lu Yin stood in the middle of the battlefield and glanced at Bro Chong before looking at the stone golem with a strange expression. The stone golem's rune lines had not disappeared by much. Everyone watched nervously as it was rumored that the stone golem could regenerate infinitely. Was it dead? Captain Stone's expression turned serious. He had high expectations for the stone golem, but he did not expect it to be able to defeat Lu Yin. It might not be possible now, but it might be possible in the future. If this innate gift was used well, it could shock an entire era. Very quickly, the stone fragments on the ground trembled and then reformed as the stone golem recovered. I told you that you can't beat me. Lu Yin had a strange expression. What kind of life form are you? Seventh bro, rather than calling this a human, it's more like a monster from the astral beast domain. You can't beat me. Just admit defeat, the stone golem said in a low, muffled voice as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed. Looks like you want to die. You can't beat me. There's no need to scare me. Lu Yin was amused. Let me guess. The number of times you can regenerate infinitely should be 13. The stone golem's eyes narrowed and it stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did you know? Lu Yin smiled as he had been looking at the stone golem's rune lines. Every time the stone golem regenerated, its rune lines would weaken slightly. Once it regenerated 13 times, its rune lines would completely disappear. So, do you want me to beat you 13 times? Lu Yin raised his brows. The stone golem, it wanted to say something, but in the end it did not say anything. Instead it dejectedly said, I admit defeat. In the distance Bro Chong wanted to get up, but his arm was broken. His body had been bombarded by Lu Yin's overlaying stacks, so he could only helplessly lie down. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only attacked twice and defeated all of the competitors, shocking all of Simo's stars. Ever since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. He had gone from being an unrivaled Lamiter to an overlord of a region. Countless people had heard of his name, and the outside world had mixed opinions about him. Most people said that he had relied on external items to defeat powerful opponents and that he had an extraordinary background. In reality, some people still looked down on him as they believed that with the Hall of Honor's background and so many external items, anyone could have achieved what he had. But now Lu Yin had used his strength as an explorer to defeat all of the other competitors, including the stone golem and a peak hunter like Bro Chong. Such strength shocked the crowd. Perhaps some people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. In the crowd, the man in the bar was excited as he knew that Lu Yin's attacks were unbeatable. Although some people acknowledged Lu Yin's strength on the surface, they still looked down on him. These people were truly blind. President Yen Chen applauded, followed by the two captains from the Wind and Flower Alliance, Captain Stone and Captain Yang. Gradually, everyone from endless borders clapped to express their amazement. Lu Yin looked around and smiled. This was just the beginning. There would come a day when he would be able to easily defeat Enlighters or even stronger, and he would be able to look down on the universe. According to the rules, the victor could make any request to the president, and as long as it was not excessive, endless borders had to fulfill it. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the past, the president would allow the victor to make a request in front of everyone to encourage everyone. However, President Yen did not do so this time, as he had a feeling that Lu Yin's request would not be simple. After all, Lu Yin's status was clear. With a wave of his hand he dismissed everyone, signaling the end of Endless Borders' internal competition. Only the exploration team stayed behind to witness Lu Yin and President Yen face each other. President Yen landed in the plaza, and behind him were some of the higher-ups from Endless Borders, as well as the captains from the Wind and Flower Alliance and Captain Stone. Lu Yin smiled. Junior Lu Yin greets the president. President Yen smiled bitterly. Alliance leader Lu, why are you interested in joining Endless Borders? Lu Yin smiled. This junior was saved by the Wind and Flower Alliance, and I dare not forget their kindness. If Captain Wind and Flower Alliance wants this junior to join Endless Borders, then this junior will naturally join. President Yen laughed. As if I'd believe you. The two old men did not speak and pretended to be confused. Ahem, Alliance leader Lu, no matter what, you've won this battle. According to the rules, you can state your conditions. What do you want? At this point, President Yen hurriedly continued, there are some conditions that Endless Borders will not agree to. Lu Yin smiled. The conditions are not difficult. This junior wants a map to enter the Innerverse. President Yen was shocked. How did you know? Everyone else was shocked as well, and they all looked at the captains from the Wind and Flower Alliance. The two old men, Feng and Hua, kept their eyes and noses to their hearts. They were rather calm. President Yen glared at the two old men, but he did not dare to reprimand them. He looked at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, I won't hide it from you. This map is very important to Endless Borders and it might be a little difficult to hand it over to you. Lu Yin replied, President Yen, this map is just a star map. Just because I have it doesn't mean that Endless Borders doesn't have it. We're just sharing it. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 925. President Yen wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lu Yin's resolute gaze, he knew that this person would not give up. During the internal competition, President Yen had used Lu Yin as an example, which had inspired everyone in Endless Borders. Indeed, Endless Borders did not fear Lu Yin or the Great Eastern Alliance, but they were not willing to make enemies for no reason. The person in front of them was a ruthless person who had assassinated hundreds of generals from the Central Weave's allied forces in a single night. He had countless forces under his control and this person was very difficult to deal with. President, since it's the rules then we have to follow them. Give it to him. Shi Duai was the first to speak up, his tone cold. The Yanks agreed. Feng and Hua agreed and soon after, everyone else behind them agreed. They had not developed this route to make money, but rather to pursue adventure and excitement. This route would just gather dust and no one would want to go to the Innerverse. If Lu Yin wanted it, then there was no loss in giving it to him since the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected. When President Yen saw that everyone had agreed, he nodded. Alright, since Alliance leader Lu has brought it up, then we'll give it to you. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, President Yen. He had asked for the star chart to enter the Innerverse for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was just in case he had to enter the Innerverse when necessary. Secondly, it was to have someone stand guard and prevent the 6th mainland from using this route to attack the Outerverse. For the time being, even if he had the star chart, he would not enter the Innerverse. It was a bloody battlefield and even with his strength he could not guarantee that he would survive. The rest of the group dispersed and President Yen personally led Lu Yin to Simo Planet, where Endless Borders headquarters had hidden the route. Endless Borders had many spacecraft but there were not many on Simo Planet. President Yen brought Lu Yin outside the headquarters. Lu Yin looked around and saw the rune lines that filled the sky. They had not come from a single person but rather had been set up. Based on the number of rune lines, it was enough to instantly kill 340,000 enlighters. Lu Yin was moved and he really wanted to set up such a defense mechanism on Xenu Star. Otherwise, any enlighter would be able to cause trouble on Xenu Star. There was a bang and a corner of Endless Borders headquarters suddenly exploded. An alarm sounded and countless people rushed towards the explosion. President Yan's face changed. Not good. He immediately tore through the void and left. Lu Yin frowned and stood in place as he stared at the area where the explosion had occurred. He could see rune lines spreading out along the wall, but no one else had noticed them, not even President Yen. The rune lines weren't very powerful and they were only at the level of an explorer, but they were very good at concealing themselves. Lu Yin's figure flashed and he immediately appeared at the corner of the wall, blocking the path of the rune lines. He saw a pair of cold and lifeless eyes staring back at him from the shadows. Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King. Lu Yin was shocked as this organization was truly all-pervasive. He grabbed out, causing the void to distort and the shadows to be suppressed. The Corpse King leapt out of the shadows and raised its hand, its claws stabbing towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin snorted and grabbed the Corpse King's hand. He exerted some strength and with a crack the Corpse King's arm was broken. The Corpse King's body was then smashed into the ground. The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. President Yen tore through the void and appeared. He immediately saw the Corpse King. The Corpse King viciously broke off its right arm and melded into the shadows to escape, but it couldn't. Lu Yin didn't need to do anything as President Yen easily grabbed the Corpse King. President Yen of the Neo-Human Alliance was shocked. The Corpse King roared and howled. President Yen viciously flung the Corpse King out, crushing it into a puddle of blood. There was no need to keep something like this alive. No one could get any information from the Corpse King. Everyone gathered around, but President Yen waved his hand to dismiss them with a solemn expression. President, what did the Corpse King do? Lu Yin frowned. Yen Chen replied in a low voice. It destroyed the star chart that leads to the Innerverse. Lu Yin's gaze froze. The star chart is gone? Yen Chen sighed and looked at Lu Yin. I never thought that there would be a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King in Endless Borders. Alliance Master Lu, it's fortunate that you discovered it, or it would have used its innate gift to escape. Lu Yin shook his head. The Corpse King can't escape on Simo planet. There's no need to thank me. Xianxia didn't retort as Lu Yin was right. Endless Borders headquarters had defensive mechanisms that could detect the Corpse King's presence. President, is the star chart that leads to the Innerverse really gone? Lu Yin asked. He couldn't understand why the Neo-Human Alliance would destroy it. Xianxia solemnly replied, the star chart is indeed gone. Lu Yin frowned. However, someone knows the route and they should be able to draw another star chart. Lu Yin was delighted. Who? The captain of Luo Lan's team, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin was confused. President, you don't know the route either? Xianxia smiled wryly. Does Alliance Master Lu know everything about the Great Eastern Alliance's various powers? Lu Yin understood. Xianxia was only the president and he only had a certain amount of decision-making power. However, that didn't mean that he controlled all of Endless Borders. Endless Borders was an entire organization, and the exploration teams were all board members. Unless they sold their star charts to Endless Borders, even the president didn't have the right to look at them. Was Luo Lan's team the one who discovered the route to the Innerverse? Lu Yin was curious. President Yen shook his head. That route was discovered many years ago and Luo Lan's captain inherited it. He wasn't the one who discovered it and he couldn't have done it with his strength. Where's Luo Lan's team? Lu Yin asked. President Yen pointed to a satellite orbiting around Simo planet, and that was where Luo Lan's team was located. Lu Yin was lucky as Luo Lan's team had also sent people to participate in the internal competition, and some of them were on the satellite. Alliance Master Lu, you won the internal competition and the star chart you requested is gone. You can change your reward, President Yen said. Lu Yin thought about it. Let me think about it. Xianxia was helpless as he would rather Lu Yin tell him now than leave him hanging. This person was no ordinary person. Actually, Endless Borders is one of the 4 major corporations and we have a lot of money. You can ask for it if you need it. Lu Yin replied, President, let me think about it. Xianxia nodded helplessly. All right. Xianxia wanted to use money to get rid of Lu Yin, but Lu Yin wasn't that easy to get rid of. Money could be earned, but there were some things that money couldn't buy. For example, a route. Xianxia was thinking about how to obtain the most routes at the lowest price possible. In the universe, routes were the most precious things. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Lu Yin asked the 2 old men about Luo Lan's captain, but they didn't know much about him. Lu Yin looked for Yang Hai and asked around. Yang Hai found it strange that Lu Yin would suddenly ask about Captain Lan. Captain Lan has a strange personality. He's a little stubborn and extreme to his bones. He's not easy to deal with. Lu Yin listened to Yang Hai's explanation and gained a basic understanding of Captain Lan. He leapt up and left Simo planet, flying towards Luo Lan's satellite. He was very curious as to why the Neo-Human Alliance had destroyed the route. Did they not want anyone to go to the Innerverse? Lu Yin knew that the Neo-Human Alliance had always been plotting against the Outerverse, and this made him uneasy. If even an existence like Wuxia had appeared in the Outerverse, then the Neo-Human Alliance's goals would definitely not be small. Lu Yin quickly arrived at Luo Lan's satellite, and as soon as he landed, his expression changed. The rune lines in the area where Luo Lan was resting were rapidly decreasing, and he immediately tore through the void and disappeared. The area where Luo Lan was resting was filled with a bloody aura, and the rune lines within a castle were rapidly disappearing. Captain Lan was sweating profusely and his eyes were filled with fear. A black shadow flickered in front of him and 3 more people were killed in an instant. He did not know what this black shadow was, but it had suddenly appeared and started a frenzied massacre. It was useless for him to ask for help from the outside world as not a single person could escape. It was as if they were trapped in a cage waiting for death. Captain, help. There was a miserable cry as a head rolled and fell at Captain Lan's feet. Captain Lan's entire body went cold and he gritted his teeth as he looked forward. The black shadow flickered a few times and a cold blade swept past him. Even with his strength as a hunter, Captain Lan could not avoid it. This blade seemed to encompass heaven and earth, and although it covered a small area, it contained an endless amount of destructive power. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared in front of Captain Lan and pointed out. The void froze and the blade was broken. At the same time, Lu Yin's fingertips struck the black shadow and pierced through it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Only then did Captain Lon clearly see what the black shadow was. It was a corpse king, and its deathly still eyes were too easy to recognize. The Neo-Human Alliance was very cautious. If they could destroy the star chart, then they would naturally be able to find out that Luo Lan's captain had inherited the star chart. They wanted to destroy it as well. Fortunately, Lu Yin had arrived in time, or else Captain Lon would not have been able to obtain anything. The Corpse King roared and attacked Lu Yin with all its might. In the end, it was killed by Lu Yin. A hunter Corpse King that could not become a Corpse King was nothing to Lu Yin. Captain Lon panted heavily and leaned against the wall. In just a few dozen seconds he was the only one left in Luo Lan's team. He had been on the brink of death and he was lucky to have survived. Lu Yin turned around. "You're Captain Lon?" Captain Lon looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "Why is Alliance Leader Lu here?" Lu Yin replied, "I want you to draw a star chart that leads to the Innerverse." Captain Lan's eyes flashed and he looked at the dead Corpse King on the ground before looking back at Lu Yin. "So that's why we were killed." Lu Yin did not hide anything and told Captain Lon about the star chart's destruction. Captain Lon was not stupid and he could not hide it even if he wanted to. "Draw a copy for me and you won't be targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance." If Alliance Leader Lu didn't need the star chart, then Luo Lan's team would not have been wiped out, Captain Lon said in a low voice. Lu Yin frowned. "News that Endless Borders has a star chart that leads to the Innerverse has already spread. Even if I don't want it, the Neo-Human Alliance will still kill you. You won't be able to escape." "Not necessarily. The others don't care about that star chart," Captain Lon said. Lu Yin felt helpless. Just as Yang Hai had said, this person was extremely stubborn, and Lu Yin had just saved his life. "Captain Lon, state your conditions. What will it take for you to draw a star chart for me?" Lu Yin asked. Captain Lon was a captain of Endless Borders, or else Lu Yin would not have been so polite. Captain Lon thought about it for a moment, and then a resolute look appeared in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "I want to return to the Moksword School." Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 926. "You're from the Moksword School?" Lu Yin was surprised. Captain Lon reminisced, "I used to be, but I was expelled for some reason. As long as Alliance Leader Lu allows me to return to the Moksword School, I can draw a star chart for you." Lu Yin thought about it and then contacted Wei Rong on his gadget. "I want authority over the Moksword School." On the other end, Wei Rong pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll do it." Lu Yin ended the call and looked at Captain Lon. "I'll accompany you for the next few days to prevent any more accidents. Don't worry, you can return to the Moksword School." Captain Lon appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was shaken. He now had a new understanding of Lu Yin's power. A single sentence from him was enough to get someone to help him. If he could really return to the Moksword School, then he didn't plan on staying in Endless Borders. Perhaps working for this person would be a good choice. After so many years of adventuring and exploring, he was tired. In reality, he didn't want to take risks, but he had been expelled from the Moksword School. He didn't want to be looked down upon by the Moksword School, so he had no choice but to join Endless Borders as an exploration team. Reality proved that his choice was correct. Endless Borders was one of the 4 largest corporations in the Outerverse, and no one dared to look down on him after he became a captain. However, with his stubbornness, returning to the Moksword School had become a sore point. Sensing Lu Yin's power, Captain Lan's tone softened considerably. "Alliance Leader Lu, this kind of assassination shouldn't be the only one." Lu Yin looked outside and said, "I've heard a lot about the Simo constellation. Would you be willing to show me around?" Captain Lon gestured for him to go ahead. Over the next few days, Lu Yin toured the Simo constellation under Captain Lan's guidance. With Captain Lan's status, he could log on to any satellite. Lu Yin relaxed for a few days and the Neo-Human Alliance didn't make any more moves. Although they were decisive, there weren't many of them. Being able to sneak into Endless Borders was already a feat, and 2 of them were already considered a lot. The tragedy of Luo Lan's team had caused the Simo constellation to be completely sealed off, and even a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King couldn't assassinate them. On this day, Lu Yin stood in front of Captain Lon and watched a distant spacecraft ascend and descend when his gadget beeped. It was Bei Qing. Bei Qing was in charge of the mainland's auction house, and he wouldn't take the initiative to contact him unless there was a special occasion. Lu Yin calculated that it had only been 4 months since the last time he'd given out the premium items, so it hadn't even been half a year yet. "What is it?" Lu Yin asked. Bei Qing's tone was solemn. "Your Highness, the disciple who sold the pyrolite has been exposed, and the power behind him has handed him over to the Day-Night clan. He's currently in the hands of someone from the Day-Night clan called Shanghuan Day-Night. This person has made some demands, and if we don't agree, he'll expose the mainland's auction house." Lu Yin replied, "Got it. Tell him to wait at Xinyu Star." Bei Qing was puzzled. "Your Highness, you don't want to know his conditions?" "There's no need," Lu Yin replied as he put down his gadget. "Conditions? How many people in the Outerverse could actually negotiate with him? The Day-Night clan members who had been left behind in the Outerverse did not have the right to do so. Even Night Queen Qiuyu and Enlighter did not have the right to do so. With Lu Yin's status, it didn't matter even if he was exposed. His status as a glory mage was enough to settle everything. It would be fine if this person knew what was good for him, but if he didn't, then Lu Yin would teach him the meaning of despair." In the distance, a flying shuttle rose into the air and headed towards the starry sky. It was the exploration team from Ocean. With the end of the internal competition, the exploration teams left one after another. Windhua Dui had left the previous day. The 2 old men had treated Lu Yin quite well, so Lu Yin went to send them off. A few more days passed. "Alliance leader Lu, how much longer do we have to wait?" Captain Lon asked. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Captain Lon, are you in a hurry to leave?" Captain Lon replied, "I've already made an appointment with my teammates. We'll meet in 3 days. "Captain Lon, aren't you afraid of being assassinated?" Lu Yin found it funny. Captain Lan's expression turned ugly. "We can't hide on Simo Star for the rest of our lives. We've already discussed this, and no one will be able to find us when we head to the astral wilderness." Lu Yin nodded. "You still have teammates?" Captain Lon replied, "Only a small portion of them are following me back to Simo Star. Most of them stayed outside to gather information, and it's about time. Alliance leader Lu, if there are still no results, then I'll have to leave first." Lu Yin smiled as he didn't mind. "Seventh bro, it seems like this person doesn't understand you. How can you let go of something that you've set your sights on?" The monkey cackled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If not for Endless Border's reputation, this person wouldn't have been able to withstand his methods. One day later, Captain Lon had a lot on his mind and he was constantly checking his gadget. He looked at Lu Yin's back as if he wanted to say something but then hesitated. Suddenly his gadget beeped and Captain Lon looked over. His expression changed and he was overjoyed. The Moke Sword Sect's Kuyunling has agreed to allow Captain Lon to return to the sect. His name can be entered into the records. Captain Lon looked up at Lu Yin and said excitedly, "Lu, Alliance leader Lu, I've returned to the Moke Sword Sect." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Congratulations." Captain Lon laughed heartily and his entire person seemed to have gone crazy. The more stubborn a person was, the crazier they would be when they achieved their goals. Despite his excitement, Captain Lon didn't forget his promise to Lu Yin. He took out a star chart from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lu Yin. "Actually, there's more than one star chart that leads to the Innerverse. Alliance leader Lu, this is what you wanted." Lu Yin accepted it and opened it to take a look. He was rather surprised as he had thought that the route to the Innerverse would lead to the Outerverse. He had never expected that it would lead to the Technocracy. There's a void folding passage in the Technocracy that can traverse the astral zones and reach the Innerverse. However, that passage has violent phenomena that even a hunter might not be able to withstand. If Alliance leader Lu wants to enter, it's best that you make some preparations, Captain Lon said. Since Lu Yin had allowed him to return to the Moksword sect, he had to change his mindset and try to get closer to this person. Lu Yin put away the star chart and looked at Captain Lon. "Since you've returned to the Moksword sect, do you still plan on going to the astral wilderness?" Captain Lon shook his head. "Forget it, it's too tiring. Alliance leader Lu already has this star chart, and the Neo-Human Alliance won't try to assassinate me anymore. I want to return to the Moksword sect and take back everything that belongs to me." Lu Yin nodded. "Then I wish you success in advance, Captain Lon. If you need any help, just say the word and the Great Eastern Alliance will not hesitate to help." Captain Lan's heart trembled as Lu Yin had mentioned the Great Eastern Alliance and not himself. This meant that if Captain Lan took the initiative to contact him, it would be equivalent to drawing closer to the Great Eastern Alliance. This was a test. Lu Yin was trying to see if Captain Lan wanted to draw closer to the Great Eastern Alliance or if he wanted to wholeheartedly help the Moke Sword sect. After all, the Moke Sword sect was one of the founders of the Central Weave's allied forces. Although Captain Lan was extremely stubborn, he was not stupid. Once he had made up his mind, it was very easy for him to change his mind. When the time comes, I might really trouble the Great Eastern Alliance. I hope that Alliance leader Lu will not blame me. Lu Yin smiled and patted Captain Lan's shoulder. Lu Yin's actions were very disrespectful to Captain Lan given his age, but Captain Lan did not complain at all. This was a clear indication of his attitude. Conversations between people did not need to be very clear. It was fine as long as the meaning was conveyed. As he watched Captain Lan leave, Lu Yin contacted Wei Rong. How did you do it? Wei Rong's tone was relaxed. There are two great sword sects in the Sanka Weave that don't see eye to eye with each other. They are the Moke Sword sect and the Phantom Sword sect. I just told Ku Yun that if he did not agree, then we would fully support the Phantom Sword sect's merger with the Sanka Weave. At the same time, we also promised that we would not use force against the Phantom Sword sect. As long as Ku Yun is not stupid, he would know what to say. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You can use Lan. Although he's not very capable, he might be able to break through the Moke Sword sect's defenses. I understand, Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin put down his gadget and sighed. With Wei Rong and Wang Wen around, many things were much easier and he did not need to waste time or energy dealing with them. Wang Wen was good at overseeing the overall situation and had a long-term vision. Wei Rong was good at scheming and he had strong execution skills. With these two people in his hands, Lu Yin felt more than 10 times more relaxed. He could now relax and cultivate or deal with other matters. Since he had obtained the star chart, there was no longer any need for Lu Yin to remain on Simo Planet. He arrived at Simo Planet and met with President Yen. President, I've thought of what reward I want. I hope to obtain an opportunity to trade with endless borders. Across from him, Yen Chen's expression changed, but he soon felt helpless again. Alliance Master Lu, your requests are always so unexpected. Lu Yin smiled. Endless Borders controls too many routes and they need someone to use them. Otherwise, they would be letting down the people who discovered the routes, right? Yen Chen smiled wryly. That makes sense. Then does Alliance Master Lu wish to purchase a route? Lu Yin nodded. I want to purchase all the routes within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. President Yen, please state your price. Yen Chen's eyes widened at Lu Yin's request. All the routes. Alliance Master Lu, are you joking? Every route is extremely valuable. I'm a member of the Windflower team and I'm an insider of Endless Borders, Lu Yin emphasized. Yen Chen's lips twitched. Even if you're an insider, the routes are still very expensive, and the price varies according to the geographical location of each route. He then turned on his screen, which was filled with a dense array of routes. There were no less than 20 routes within the Great Eastern Alliance, and there were close to 100 routes in the entire Outerverse. Many of these routes even included the Astral Wilderness and the Innerverse. Lu Yin's eyes blazed, as this was the greatest wealth of Endless Borders. I want to purchase all the routes within the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin said heroically. Yen Chen looked at the route map on the screen and muttered to himself for a moment. There are a total of 26 routes within the Great Eastern Alliance. Some are in important geographical locations, while others are in remote locations. How about this? Alliance Master Lu can choose from 60 natural treasures that can help him avoid danger or 300,000 star essence. Lu Yin did not hesitate to hand over the money. Yen Chen agreed, as this price was not that expensive compared to the new routes. President Yen, I have to say this first. Since I've already purchased the routes, I cannot hand them over to anyone else, Lu Yin said. Yen Chen replied, of course. At the very least, no one will be able to obtain the routes that Alliance Master Lu has already purchased from Endless Borders. However, if someone else happens to discover them, then we can't do anything about it. Endless Borders is not willing to protect Alliance Master Lu for such a small amount of money. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 927. I know, Lu Yin replied. He then looked at the new routes in the other weaves. President Yen, can you sell the routes in the other weaves to me as well? Yen Chen hurriedly refused with a solemn expression. Alliance Master Lu, you were able to purchase those routes because you won the internal competition. You're also considered a member of Endless Borders, so I'll give you an internal price. However, I cannot sell the other routes for the time being. Yen Chen was not stupid. If he sold the other weaves' routes to Lu Yin and the other weaves found out, it would be tantamount to starting a war. Lu Yin did not force the issue as spending so much money on new routes was worth it. Although he had been ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance this time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. The next day, Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and left the Simo star cluster under the expectant gazes of Yen Chen and the others, returning to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin had originally planned to return directly to Frostwave Weave, but he changed directions midway and went to another place, where the people from the Sea King's Dome were. Although the Sea King's Dome was a tinder that had escaped from the Starfall Sea, they were still extremely powerful in the Outerverse. He was an emissary, and if Lu Yin could use them, then unifying the Outerverse would be too easy. A few days later, Lu Yin's spacecraft crashed into the ocean. He put away his collapsible spacecraft and scanned his surroundings. His figure flashed as he tore through the void and vanished. This planet, called Enlon Planet, was one of the Sea King's Dome's most important strongholds in the Outerverse, and Hai Chi-Chi was here. He was the first to discover Lu Yin's arrival, but he did not reveal himself. Instead, he notified Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi looked much more haggard than before. The Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated once more, and she could no longer sense the Sea King's power. She did not know whether he was dead or alive. Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked at Hai Chi-Chi's obviously thin figure. Don't worry, the Sea King shouldn't be dead. Hai Chi-Chi calmly asked, how did you find the time to come here? Lu Yin walked over to her side. I was just passing by and wanted to see you. I know that you want to unify the Outerverse, but have you considered that if you do that you'll be the first to face the Sixth Mainland's attack? Hai Chi-Chi asked. Lu Yin smiled. A unified Outerverse is better than a scattered Outerverse, right? Chi-Chi did not reply. After chatting for a bit, Lu Yin asked, where are Hai Feng and Hai Dashao? I don't know, Hai Chi-Chi said. I remember that the Sea King's Dome has Elder Tong and 4 elders. Elder Tong is the strongest and Elder Tong is the most intelligent. Hai Chi-Chi glanced at Lu Yin. Don't even think about getting us to help you. It's impossible. Lu Yin felt a little awkward after being exposed. No, I was just asking. Hai Chi-Chi looked at him seriously. If there's another path to the Innerverse, you have to bring me along, alright? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Why do you say that? Hai Chi-Chi gazed into the distance. If there's anyone in the Outerverse who has the highest chance of returning to the Innerverse, then it's you. Lu Yin, although I haven't spent much time with you, I'm well aware of your abilities. If nothing unexpected happens, the Outerverse will be unified sooner or later. Only you can clearly see the situation in the Outerverse. Lu Yin was astonished. This brat was pretty smart. Not long after, Lu Yin left Enlon Planet as he had obtained the results he wanted. Although the people from the Sea King's Dome would not help him, they still hoped that he would be able to bring them back to the Innerverse in the future. If there were any problems, they could ask for help. Elder Tong was an envoy-level powerhouse, but strength was one thing and being able to see the Outerverse was another. If they wanted to find a path to the Innerverse, they could only rely on Lu Yin. However, Hai Chi-Chi would never have guessed that Lu Yin had a star map that led to the Innerverse. The spacecraft had just descended into outer space when a figure quietly stood in front of it. It was Elder Tong. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and slowly bowed. Junior greets Elder Tong. Elder Tong sized Lu Yin up seriously. The rumors are true. Kid, you're very outstanding and you're not any worse than the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin humbly replied, thank you for your praise, senior. Elder Tong shook his head. What a pity. With your talent, you can't go to the Neoverse to fight for opportunities. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, are you talking about the Star Tower? Elder Tong nodded. It looks like you know about it. That's right, it's the Star Tower. Lu Yin fell silent as he recalled everything he knew about the Star Tower. The Star Tower is a progenitor's inheritance, and it's the 5th mainland's true supreme inheritance. Only by obtaining the Star Tower's recognition can one come into contact with a progenitor's power and have a chance of reaching the progenitor realm in the future. Over the countless years, the Star Tower has recognized many geniuses, and every generation has someone named one of the 7 sons of the stars. However, this generation is different. Elder Tong stared at Lu Yin. The geniuses of the Neoverse should be thanking the Sea King. It was the Sea King who shattered the 3 upper gates and restored the 5th mainland's true sky. The Sea King also said that the 5th mainland's true inheritance will only appear after the 6th mainland's sky is destroyed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The competition for this generation's 7 sons of the stars hasn't started yet? Elder Tong shook his head. Although it hasn't started yet, it should be soon. The previous competition for the 7 sons of the stars belonged to the Neoverse, but this time the 6th mainland has invaded, and the progenitors have changed the weather, giving the Innerverse a chance. The general appointment platform's titles and kings can participate in the competition. This is also one of the reasons why the general appointment platform is only for the younger generation. Of course, the prerequisite is that we can survive and not be destroyed by the 6th mainland. Elder, are you saying that if the Innerverse withstands the 6th mainland's attack, the kings of the general appointment platform can compete with the geniuses of the Neoverse and snatch the title of 7 sons of the stars? Lu Yin asked. Elder Tong nodded. Lu Yin was disappointed. If that was the case, then his status as a glory child would no longer have much of an advantage. Hold on, he suddenly remembered that he was in the Outerverse, and even if he had been selected as one of the 7 sons of the stars, he still wouldn't be able to go. When he thought about this, Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring and suddenly felt that this was the will of the heavens. Did this star chart want him to go to the Innerverse and participate in the competition for the Star Tower? Elder Tong looked at Lu Yin. If it's possible, then it's good to compete. The heavens have already been restored and the 5th mainland can produce progenitors. This generation's 7 sons of the stars all have a chance of becoming progenitors in the future. It'll be countless times more difficult for others to reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin bowed again. Thank you for telling me this, Elder Tong. I can't thank you enough. Elder Tong gave Lu Yin a deep look before disappearing. Lu Yin looked up at Anlon planet. This old man had actually hoped to return to the Innerverse as well and had intentionally lured Lu Yin to find the route. His methods were different from Hai Chi-Chi's, but their goals were the same. However, this old man's words had truly moved Lu Yin. He already had a star chart that led to the Innerverse, so should he take the risk? Since Endless Borders' exploration team had been able to return safely, it proved that the route was correct. Was it worth it to take the risk for a chance to become a progenitor? Lu Yin returned to his spacecraft and watched the stars recede. His gaze gradually hardened. It was worth it, but it also depended on the situation of the Innerverse War. He decided to observe the situation of the Innerverse War from the Daoist sect's ruins. If the Innerverse survived, then he would think of a way to return and compete for a spot among the 7 sons of the stars. 7 of the 7 sons of the stars had obtained inheritances, and those vying for them included the 10 arbiters, the top disciples of the Innerverse's various powers, geniuses from the Cosmic Sea and geniuses from the Neoverse. Only 7 people would be able to pass through the passage of 1,000 sails. Lu Yin was somewhat excited as he was not afraid of competition. He only hoped that the Innerverse would survive and not be destroyed by the 6th mainland. Lu Yin silently recited the Stonewall scriptures, and he soon returned to Xinyu Star. Bei Qing was already waiting in King Zishan's palace, and when he saw Lu Yin he hurried over and whispered, "That person called Shanghuan Day Night is at the auction house." Lu Yin frowned and placed a hand on Bei Qing's shoulder before disappearing. When he reappeared he was already back at the auction house. Bei Qing led the way while Lu Yin sat at the head of the guest room and rapped a finger on the table. Bei Qing soon entered and behind him was a man wearing a hat. It was very easy to recognize someone from the Day-Night clan, but this person had concealed his identity because he did not want to be recognized. Shanghuan Day-Night greets Alliance Master Lu. The Day-Night clan man's attitude was casual as he smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a brow. "You've been mining pyrolite in the astral wilderness, haven't you?" Shanghuan Day-Night was puzzled. How did Alliance Master Lu know? Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Because even Night Queen Chuyu has to bow down in front of me. You actually dare to threaten me?" Shanghuan Day-Night was furious. "Alliance Master Lu, Please be careful with your words. Elder Chuyu is not someone you can casually talk about. Or does Alliance Master Lu think that no one will know your secret just because I'm here? I'll tell you the truth. I've already secretly imprisoned those people who stole Pyrolite. If anything happens to me, a video of their confession will immediately appear in Elder Lohar's hands. Bei Qing looked on calmly. Lu Yin looked at Shanghuan Day Knight indifferently. Continue. Shanghuan Day Knight felt uneasy as Lu Yin was too calm. He had heard of this person's name and knew that this person had great authority in the Outerverse. However, he was from the Day Knight clan, and his innate sense of superiority and greed allowed him to directly confront and threaten this person. He did not believe that this person was fearless. Even if he was not afraid of the Day Knight clan, he should still be afraid of the Hall of Honor. Even if this person was supported by the Hall of Honor, purchasing a forbidden mine was still a huge crime. Alliance Master Lu, I'm only here for money, and there's no need for me to be your enemy. As long as Alliance Master Lu agrees to my conditions, not only will I release those disciples, but I'll also allow them to continue mining and turn a blind eye to what happens. How about it? Shanghuan Day Knight asked anxiously. Bei Qing poured a cup of tea for Lu Yin, who accepted it and swirled it around. It's said that the Day Knight clan's battle techniques are related to spiritual force. What battle technique does Mr. Shanghuan Day Knight use? How much spiritual force can you display? Shanghuan Day Knight's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean? Are you trying to find out about my Day Knight clan's battle techniques? Lu Yin looked up. So what if I am? Chapter 928. Shanghuan Baiyi sternly replied, Alliance Master Lu, you'd best think this through. No one dares to covet our Day Knight clan's battle techniques. Even when our inheritance stone was lost in the Outerverse, no one dared to hide it. In the end, we obediently returned it. This is the Day Knight clan's bottom line. If anyone dares to touch it, even if it's the Hall of Honor, the Day Knight clan will not let this slide. Back then. Yeah, it's been almost 10 years. Qingyu Day Knight stole the inheritance stone and fled to the Outerverse. Is that what happened? Shanghuan Baiyi stared at Lu Yin and suddenly recalled something. Back then, Qingyu Day Knight fled to Frostwave Weave. Alliance Master Lu was born there, so it's not strange for you to know. Since you know, then you should understand our Day Knight clan's temper. I advise you not to covet our clan's battle techniques. Lu Yin continued to shake the cup, causing a drop of water to splash out. He blew on it, and the water was pushed by an invisible force and smashed into Shanghuan Baiyi's chest. Shanghuan Baiyi was caught off guard and was hit hard. His chest hurt, and just as he was about to retaliate, Lu Yin stepped forward and stepped on him. He leaned down and said coldly, even if Night Queen Chuyu was in front of me today, I would still ask her about the secrets of the Day Knight clan's battle techniques, let alone you. I'll give you one more chance to tell me. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences. Shanghuan Baiyi was terrified, and he was already regretting his decision to seek out this person. This person was a madman who feared no one. Not long after, Lu Yin walked out. Lock him up. Yes, Your Highness, Bei Qing answered. Lu Yin walked out of the auction house, deep in thought. He hadn't been able to find out the secrets of the Day Knight clan's battle techniques. It wasn't that Shanghuan Baiyi hadn't told him, but that even Lu Yin himself didn't know. All he knew was that any battle technique learned from the inheritance stone contained spiritual force attacks, but he didn't know the principles behind it or how to cultivate it. The inheritance stone had come from the Day Knight clan's ancestor, and it was said that only members of the Day Knight clan could obtain the inheritance. However, during Earth's trial, Lulu Xiaoluo and even Lu Yin himself had obtained some. This showed that the inheritance stone wasn't absolute. It would be great if he could obtain another inheritance stone. Back then, Lu Yin had only reached the edge of the inheritance corridor. If he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to go far. This upper ring White Knight had come to threaten him in order to obtain cultivation resources. The Day Knight clan had always been high up in the Innerverse, and they had never needed to worry about resources for their cultivation. Their cultivation speed had always been very fast, but now that they had been stranded in the Outerverse, they didn't even have a lot of star crystals, much less star essence. Thus, they had set their sights on the mainland's auction house to make a fortune, but Lu Yin wasn't afraid. He had also found out where the disciples were locked up. Bei Qing would deal with it. Your Highness, this person won't appear again, Bei Beiqing whispered from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "There are still 2 months left until the premium auction. Are there many people from the Great Eastern Alliances we've participating in the auction?" Beiqing replied, "There aren't many, but every time there's an auction, there will always be someone from the leading faction present. This time I'm giving you some new things. Help me advertise to the powers in the Great Eastern Alliance. They're the main consumer group." Lu Yin then sent Beiqing a few routes that he had carefully selected. These routes were beneficial to the people's livelihood, transportation and other industries, and had nothing to do with the military. These new routes could save a lot of time. Time was money, and Lu Yin believed that these routes would be enough to cause a sensation. Lu Yin's guess was correct. When the mainland's auction house announced that a new route would be auctioned in 2 months, the Outerverse went into an uproar. Countless people looked over, curious as to what the new routes would be. The Central Weaves were even more nervous, as they were afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would have a new route to their territory. That way, not only would they be able to quickly dispatch troops, but they would also be able to conceal themselves. They had tried their best to find out, but they had not been able to find out what the new routes were. Elsewhere, the Hall of Honor's investigation into the Amethyst Trading Company had been completed. The Z family had no relationship with the Neo-Human Alliance, and it was Zhou who had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance. When the news came out, countless people from the Amethyst Trading Company heaved sighs of relief. Ever since Lu Yin had caused a ruckus at Zhou's wedding and exposed Zhou's true identity, the Amethyst Trading Company had been under investigation by the Hall of Honor. During this time, nearly half of the Amethyst Trading Company's branches in the Outerverse had closed down, and everyone was spreading the news that the company was about to close down. The company's share price continued to plummet, which affected countless people and caused them to go bankrupt overnight. Lu Yin's shares in Zenustar's Amethyst Trading Company had also become worthless. Although the Hall of Honor was no longer investigating the Amethyst Trading Company, this matter would not be forgotten so easily. It was a fact that Zhou had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance, and during this time the Z family had been silent. All of their competitors that had been suppressed had surfaced and hit them while they were down. The Z family's intelligence network had been completely suppressed, and the production lines that the Amethyst Trading Company controlled, as well as the places where they had originated, had all been destroyed. The Z family's reputation plummeted, and they had once been one of the 4 major corporations and the Outerverse's largest intelligence network. It would have been fine if it had only been a drop in status, but the universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. When the Z family had been at its peak, they had offended many people and many viewed them as mortal enemies. Now all of those people had appeared and there was no lack of powerhouses among them. Skylush Planet began to suffer frequent attacks, and even with an enlighter like Mr. E, they could not stop the momentum. Everyone knew that the only way to defeat the Z family was now. The longer they waited, the more the Z family would recover. As one of the 4 major corporations, they had a deep foundation and would not be easy to deal with. On Skylush Planet, Mr. E soared into the sky with an ugly expression. In the Z family's ancestral home, Z Tianchuan frowned. He had just received news that yet another intelligence network had been destroyed. "Father, we can't wait any longer. Please ask Senior Li to wake up. As long as Senior leaves the universe, even the Hall of Honor will fear him, let alone those small fries," Zifeng said anxiously. Xianxia immediately replied, "We can't." During the border war, the Hall of Honor forcefully recruited all of the experts, and we purposely hid Senior Li's existence. If we ask Senior Li to come out now, even if we resolve this crisis, the Hall of Honor will remember us, which will be detrimental to our future. But if we don't get through this crisis, we won't have any future. Zifeng raged. With Mr. E around, who in the Outerverse can destroy our Z family? All of the experts have been transferred to the border, and the strongest experts that those small fries can send are only hunters. Our Z family can protect ourselves, Xianxia retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Protect ourselves, protect ourselves. You only know how to protect yourself. Our Z family is one of the 4 major corporations and the strongest intelligence network in the Outerverse. Losing this means losing everything. We can start all over again. If the Hall of Honor remembers us, even if the 4 major corporations work together, it won't be easy for us. The Hall of Honor won't interfere with us. They have their own representatives. Isn't Lu Yin one of them? Xianxia shouted. Zifang Tianquan's body trembled, and Zifang unconsciously clenched his fists. He then slowly relaxed them and a bone-deep hatred appeared in his eyes. It was all Lu Yin's fault that the Z family had fallen to such a state. If he hadn't stirred things up, the Z family wouldn't have ended up like this. At that moment, Mr. E landed and tiredly said, "It's fine for now. With me around, they won't dare to act rashly. However, I can only protect Heavenly Lush Planet. I can't do anything else." Zifang gritted his teeth. "My Amethyst Trading Company's intelligence network in the Outerverse has almost been wiped out. It's all Lu Yin's fault." Everyone fell silent. Mr. E wanted to say something but he stopped himself. Zi Tianquan saw this and his heart skipped a beat. "Does Mr. E have something to say?" Mr. E sat down. "Actually, the Z family shouldn't blame Lu Yin. In fact, we should thank him." Zifang was furious. "You want us to thank him? If it weren't for him, our Z family would still be one of the 4 major corporations. Those people outside wouldn't even dare to approach us. No, they wouldn't even get close to us before they were discovered. Their every move was under our watch and now they're all gone." "Shut up and let Mr. E finish speaking." Zi Tianquan shouted angrily. Zifang wasn't satisfied and he snorted. Zi Tianquan apologized. "Mr. E, please don't take offense." Mr. E shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. "Shi, have you thought about this? Lu Yin only exposed Zirong's identity, and he didn't force Zirong to cooperate with the Neo-Human Alliance. If he hadn't exposed Zirong, who in the Z family would have been able to stop him when he became an enlighter in the future? Even if they could, would the Hall of Honor let the Z family off so easily?" Mr. E glanced at the crowd and continued, "The Z family is the largest intelligence organization in the Outerverse, and it's extremely important. Would the Hall of Honor believe that one of their own had become a corpse king? They would only think that the Z family was covering for them and they might even help them hide the truth. At that time, forget about investigating. What awaits the Z family would be a palm strike from Master Yuan. I don't know what price the family head paid this time to convince the Hall of Honor that the Z family is innocent, but once Zirong becomes an enlighter, then any price will be useless. Don't forget how Lu Yin overthrew Darkstar Gorge." Zi Tianquan and the other 2 turned pale. Mr. E was right. The Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance was that they would rather kill the innocent than let them off. Master Yuan was the most terrifying person in the Outerverse, and he was one of the Hall of Honor's hidden powerhouses. No one doubted his strength, and even a sneeze from him would be enough to destroy the Z family, let alone a palm strike. Lu Yin coincidentally exposed Zirong's true identity, which is actually beneficial to the Z family. The Z family is not Darkstar Gorge, and the Hall of Honor will listen to our explanations for now. But as time goes on, they won't listen to our explanations, and they might just destroy us like they did to Darkstar Gorge, Mr. E said. Zi Tianquan looked at Mr. E. "Mr. Do you have any suggestions? Feel free to speak." Mr. E thought about it and then seriously replied, "It's not that the Z family doesn't have a chance, but that chance lies in Lu Yin's hands." "What do you mean?" Zi Tianquan asked. Mr. E explained, "Lu Yin's ambitions are too great and he wants to unify the Outerverse. Although this has exposed his ambitions, it also shows that he's tolerant and has good foresight. Information is what he needs, and as long as he's willing to help the Amethyst Trading Company, the Great Eastern Alliance's influence, which covers a third of the Outerverse, and Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor, the Z family won't be affected." Zi Tianquan fell silent. Zifang angrily said, "If that's the case, then why don't we just ask the Hall of Honor for help?" Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 929. Mr. E laughed when he heard Zifang's words. That way, the Z family will have joined the Hall of Honor and will have to listen to their orders. "But working with Lu Yin won't be much better," Xianxia said. She understood Lu Yin the best and she knew that he would not work for free. Mr. E shook his head. "I'm just making a suggestion. If there's anyone in the Outerverse worth the Z family seeking help from, it's either the Hall of Honor, Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank or Lu Yin." Zi Tianquan felt a headache coming on when Lu Yin was mentioned. Ever since this person had unified the Great Eastern Alliance, The Outerverse had never been peaceful. It was as if this person had gained control of the situation, and everything had been smooth sailing. He was the one who had caused the Z family to fall to its current state, but Mr. Yi was right. This person had saved the Z family, and Z Tianquan was conflicted about his feelings towards this person. The only people in the Outerverse who could save the Z family were the major powers. Z Tianquan did not want to join the Hall of Honor and be controlled, but he also did not want to be swallowed up by the Mavis Bank. His only choice was Lu Yin. If they invited Senior Li, the Z family would not be affected, but they would be blacklisted by the Hall of Honor. Compared to working with Lu Yin, which was more important, Z Tianquan was not confident. He looked at Mr. Yi. Mr., can you perform a divination? Mr. Yi replied, based on the current situation I can deduce the future. I've already divined the Z family's future and I've also analyzed it. The choice is still in your hands. Z Tianquan was conflicted. Z Fong was unwilling. Z Xianxia was straightforward and she immediately called Lu Yin. She would never agree to invite Senior Li, so her only choice was Lu Yin. Although he was ambitious, at least he was clean. The Mavis Bank and Shamrock Enterprises were behemoths that the Z family couldn't afford to provoke. If they did, they wouldn't be able to escape. Comparatively speaking, Lu Yin was the best choice. Z Tianquan did not say anything when Z Xianxia contacted Lu Yin. He looked in the direction of the Astral River. If the Astral River had not been isolated, then the Z family would not have fallen to such a state. Z Fong could not help but ask, are we really going to work with him? Aren't you worried that he'll be too ambitious and try to swallow our Z family? Z Xianxia sneered, you can choose to work with the Mavis Bank and see if you can escape in the end. Z Fong didn't say anything else. Lu Yin was clearly much easier to deal with compared to those behemoths. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin had not expected Z Xianxia to contact him. Alliance Master Lu, how is Zhou Xian? Z Xianxia asked. Lu Yin replied, not bad. She's the spokesperson for my Great Eastern Alliance. Zhou Xian is my Amethyst Trading Company's Jadeite goddess. We haven't cancelled our cooperation yet, so it's not very good for you to take her away like this, Z Xianxia said. Get straight to the point. I don't like to beat around the bush. Z Xianxia was silent for a moment. We need your help. Tell me the details, Lu Yin said as he flipped through the reports that Aegis, Thousand Eyes and the 2nd Imperial Squadron had sent over. The Z family was not doing well. As one of the 4 major corporations, even if they were in dire straits, they were still a colossus. They even had an enlighter overseeing them, but someone had still dared to attack them under such circumstances. It was obvious that they had been prepared for this attack. The Z family was exhausted from resisting, and all they could do was protect Heavenly Lush Planet. Their various intelligence systems had been destroyed and they were in a miserable state. What Z Xianxia had said was similar to what Lu Yin had seen. However, she had put it in a positive light, while what Lu Yin had seen was completely unfavorable to the Z family. My guess. If this situation continued, then aside from Heavenly Lush Planet, everything else in the Z family would be destroyed, including the Amethyst Trading Company. However, the fact that the Z family had not been destroyed by the Hall of Honor was something that Lu Yin had not expected. Darkstar Gorge had not even been given a chance to explain what had happened, and Shinwu Continent had not been wiped out because of him. The Z family's foundation was indeed deep. So, Alliance Leader Lu, are you willing to help? Z Xianxia asked. Z Tianquan, Z Fong and Mr. Yi all looked over, waiting for Lu Yin's answer. Lu Yin replied straightforwardly, the Z family is in this state because of me, so of course I'm willing to help. However, he paused. On the other end of the call, the hearts of the people from the Z family sank. Sure enough, there were conditions. Z Xianxia had already prepared for this as she understood Lu Yin very well. However, I want to become a shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company, and I'll have the authority to access all of their intelligence, Lu Yin said solemnly. Z Xianxia subconsciously refused. That's impossible. I can let you become a shareholder and Amethyst Trading Company can provide you with intelligence for free. However, even I can't access top-secret information. Lu Yin replied, then find someone else. I can't help you with the Z family's matters. Lu Yin, no matter what, my Z family is in this state because of you. Z Xianxia was anxious. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Z Rong colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, cultivated a corpse king transformation, threatened my friends and even went to my hometown to wreak havoc. The fact that I didn't add insult to injury during the Hall of Honor's investigation is already very kind to your Z family. You should be thanking me. Otherwise, once Z Rong causes a huge disaster, your fate will be like Darkstar Gorge. He then hung up. He wasn't afraid that the Z family wouldn't agree, as they were already at the edge of a cliff. Unless they had a background that could intimidate the Outerverse, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive this crisis. However, if the Z family really did have a background that could intimidate the Outerverse, then it would be even more troublesome. The Hall of Honor would be dissatisfied with them, and the Z family would find it difficult to move forward in the future. Lu Yin had the Z family in his grasp. On planet Tianmao, Xianxia stared at her gadget in a daze. Tianquan's tone was gloomy. Agree to his request. Feng was shocked. Father, some of the information is related to the ancestral teachings and we can't open it. Even we haven't seen it before, so how can we show it to Lu Yin? Mr. Yi smiled. Only you know how much information the Z family has. Lu Yin doesn't know about it, so he'll only see what you want him to see. Tianquan nodded and looked at Xianxia. Take Lu Yin to look through the information. Don't worry, some of the top secret information is stored in other places, and Lu Yin won't be able to find it. Xianxia replied, take out all of the information on the 10 arbiters. That's what Lu Yin wants to know. Tianquan nodded. Although information on the 10 arbiters is taboo, that was when the innerverse and outerverse were connected. It doesn't matter now. If he wants to see it, then we'll show it to him. The Z family agreed to Lu Yin's conditions, and Lu Yin didn't have to pay a single cent. As long as he could help the Z family survive this crisis, he would become a major shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company, second only to the Z family. His authority even surpassed that of Xianxia and Feng. Lu Yin was delighted, as he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The 10 arbiters were like 10 mysteries, and even Wendy Yushan didn't know much about them. The Amethyst Trading Company definitely had information on the 10 arbiters, as Xianxia had already revealed it to him before. Even if there wasn't much information, Lu Yin would still be able to get a general idea. He also wanted to know who had dealings with the Cosmic Sea. But before that, he had to help the Z family resolve this crisis. The ones who had attacked the Z family were the Outerverse's most powerful intelligence organization, second only to the Z family. This also included the Z family's competitors who had been eliminated over the years. These enemies were spread all over the Outerverse. Lu Yin could deal with the powers within the Great Eastern Alliance with a single word, but his influence in the Central and Western Weaves wasn't that great for the time being. As he thought about this, he contacted Aegis. The next day on planet Tianmao, the Z family was still waiting for Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance to make a move. However, what they received was not the Great Eastern Alliance but rather Aegis. Aegis notified all of its branches to support the Amethyst Trading Company. At the same time, it issued a warning to the Outerverse that attacking the Amethyst Trading Company was equivalent to attacking Aegis. This news shook the Outerverse. Although Aegis and the Amethyst Trading Company were both part of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations, they were only equally famous. They didn't have much contact with each other and they rarely cooperated with each other. Yet Aegis was actually supporting the Amethyst Trading Company. Aegis was still very intimidating, mainly because it had too many mercenaries and assassins. As soon as Aegis made a statement, many of the powers that had been attacking the Amethyst Trading Company immediately stopped and prepared to observe. The Z family was puzzled. Why would Aegis help them? Before they could figure it out, the Nalan family announced that they wanted to establish a partnership with the Amethyst Trading Company to create a new generation of trade cities in the universe. They wanted to connect the various weaves and form a trading circle. The Nalan family's announcement was tantamount to telling the Outerverse that they supported the Amethyst Trading Company. Right after that, Endless Borders also announced their support for the Amethyst Trading Company. Although their support was not as great as that of Aegis and the Nalan family, they still spoke up. Since they had spoken up, they had to give face. Of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations, 3 were supporting one. The powers that had been attacking the Amethyst Trading Company immediately stopped, not daring to make another move. Before the Amethyst Trading Company had been investigated by the Hall of Honor, they had been able to suppress these powers to the point that they didn't dare to make a sound. Now that the three major corporations that were on par with the Amethyst Trading Company had spoken up at the same time, it would be strange if these powers dared to make a sound. The Z family was stunned. The crisis had been averted just like that. Zi Tianquan looked at the internet, where the news was showering the Amethyst Trading Company with praises. This was the influence of the four major corporations. Zi Tianquan was no fool. Aegis, the Nalan family and Endless Borders had all been willing to stand up for the Amethyst Trading Company because someone had pulled strings, and that person was naturally Lu Yin. Zi Tianquan had thought that he had overestimated Lu Yin and that he would use the Great Eastern Alliance's support to help the Amethyst Trading Company with his influence that spanned a third of the Outerverse. However, Zi Tianquan had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to resolve the crisis without even using the Great Eastern Alliance's power. Lu Yin's influence was enough to make Zi Tianquan afraid. Even at its peak, the Amethyst Trading Company had not been able to reach Lu Yin's current level of influence. This person was too terrifying. Zi Tianquan suddenly recalled how hundreds of generals from the allied forces in the Central Weaves had been wiped out in a single night, and his heart turned cold. Lu Yin's hidden power ran deep, and Zi Tianquan could not fathom the extent of his influence. This sort of person was the most terrifying. After contacting Aegis, the Nalan family and Endless Borders, Lu Yin headed straight for planet Heavenly Lush. He was not worried that he would not be able to resolve the Z family's crisis. If the three major corporations could not resolve it, then the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to either. What Lu Yin wanted to do the most right now was to head to planet Heavenly Lush to gather information regarding the 10 Arbiters. A few days later, Lu Yin saw planet Heavenly Lush. It was located to the west of the central region, and it was much further away than the last time he had visited it. Zi Tianquan was the one who welcomed Lu Yin. Compared to his previous enthusiasm, Zi Tianquan had a smile on his face this time, but it was forced. Zi Tianquan also looked at Lu Yin with a deep sense of apprehension. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 930. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony as he had caused the death of Zi Tianquan's son. He did not expect Zi Tianquan to be truly grateful to him. All he wanted was information. Please lead the way, Director Zi. I want to look through the information as soon as possible. Zi Tianquan nodded as he did not want to stay with Lu Yin either. After giving some instructions, Zi Xianxia led the way to the most heavily guarded area of planet Tianmao, a valley. Lu Yin had noticed it the last time he had been here. This place contained a boundless amount of rune lines, and Mr. Yi spent most of his time guarding this place. Zi Xianxia led the way and the two of them arrived underground. Lu Yin finally understood what it meant to be vast when he saw the intelligence vault. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with information. Some were divided by territory while others were divided by color. It was easy to determine the level of the information vault. My Z family's intelligence vault is the most comprehensive in the Outerverse, and there are always new reports coming in. There are also people who are constantly deleting useless information, but even if the information is deleted, we still have backup copies. It can be said that as long as the Z family has existed, the information has been accumulated. This place is even older than the historical records of many places, Zi Xianxian said proudly, as this was the pride of the Z family. Not just anyone could store information for so long. There were ancient intelligence organizations among the various powers that had attacked the Z family, but they had been destroyed after losing the competition. If this place is breached, it will take a long time to move all this information, Lu Yin praised. Zi Xianxian was speechless. This guy really did not know how to talk. Where is the information on the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin asked. Zi Xianxian was not surprised as she knew that this was what Lu Yin cared about the most. She quickly led him to a protruding area on the ground, and as the ground glowed, the protruding stone carried the two of them through the air. It took them a full 5 minutes before they stopped. This was a very long distance which showed just how large the intelligence vault was. Lu Yin looked at the dark-colored scroll in the distance and slowly walked over. Zi Xianxian stood in place as she did not have the authority to look at the information on the 10 arbiters. The information on the 10 arbiters was listed separately. The 10 arbiters were the titles given to the current 10 members of the Youth Council. The previous members did not have the qualifications to become the 10 arbiters, as this was a change in the times. This meant that the current 10 arbiters were the first generation, but they might also be the last generation. No one could guarantee that someone would take their place. Lu Yin raised his hand and took out a scroll. He slowly opened it, and a name. Lu Tianmu's name. Lu Yin was puzzled. What a familiar name. Lu Tianmu, female, one of the 10 arbiters. People call her Mu Arbiter, and she comes from the sword sect. Her sword skills are peerless, and she has inherited the 13 swords. It was a very short introduction. There was no image, and there was no description of this person's appearance or personality. It only pointed out his background and famous skills. When Lu Yin saw Lu Tianmu's name, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled that when he had first spoken to Madame Nalan, she had introduced herself as Lu Fuxia. Lu Yin had also called himself Drifting Clouds Snow, and the taste of the world had been boiled into tea. She had followed up with a name which was Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin tried his best to recall what he had said back then. Oh, that's right, Sirius is scattered, so like Chiomu. This is my interpretation of Lu Tianmu's name back then. No wonder Madame Nalan was smiling so happily. It was as if her evil scheme had succeeded. So she had been waiting for this. He had been deciphering the names of the sword sect's 10 arbiters. No wonder, no wonder. Lu Yin was speechless. Madame Nalan must have relayed his words to Lu Tianmu, but she had already said such things before even meeting him. Was this considered flirting? He nervously put down the scroll and picked up the second one. The name that entered his eyes was Xianxia. Xianxia, male, one of the 10 arbiters. Known as the Scholar, he can also be called Arbiter Wen. He is the second son of the Wen family from the erudite flow zone and has suppressed the eldest. He has inherited the Wen family's battle technique, literary prison. Their catchphrase, think thrice before you act. There was more information on Xianxia than on Lu Tianmu. Xianxia's reputation in the universe was great, and many people knew of him. Lu Yin picked up the third scroll and saw that the name was Xingkai. Xingkai, male, one of the 10 arbiters. Known as the War King, he can also be called Arbiter Xing. His physical body is extremely powerful and cannot be fought in close combat. He is 3 meters tall and his ears reach his shoulders. His hands are larger than his head. His origins and battle techniques are unknown. There was only a description of the War King's appearance, but there was no description of his origins or battle techniques. The Amethyst Trading Company was the largest intelligence organization in the Outerverse, so how could they not know about the War King's origins? Lu Yin did not believe it. Either there was a lack of records or the War King was hiding something. Regardless of which reason it was, Lu Yin could not find anything here. When he opened the next scroll, he saw Lan Si's name. Lan Si, male, one of the 10 arbiters. Known as the Hand of God, he can also be called Arbiter Lan. He comes from Mt Yishan Dojo in the Starfall Sea's Greyweed continent. He specializes in the overlaying stacks path and once used 100 stacks to shatter a planet. It is speculated that the overlaying stacks path is part of his preparation for cultivating some sort of battle technique. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as he was very concerned about the words preparation. The Amethyst Trading Company would not have written such a speculation for no reason. If they had written it down, then it might be true. Did Lan Si still have some hidden techniques that had not been revealed? Right, Xianxia seemed to have mentioned this as well, saying that Lan Si might have some hidden battle techniques. Lu Yin put down the scroll with a heavy heart. He had agreed to fight with Lan Si and they would definitely fight in the future. Back at the Greyweed continent, he had thought that Lan Si's methods had already been exposed. After all, he had faced the Realm Ling by Ling and the Red Madam. He had not expected that Lan Si would still be hiding something. What was this person thinking? He coveted the position of the Glory Arbiter. Was he really that confident that the Innerverse and Neoverse would not be broken through by the Sixth Mainland? If that was the case, then it was understandable that Lan Si was hiding his methods. But where did this confidence come from? Lu Yin really wanted to know. His current foundation was in the Outerverse and he knew too little about the Innerverse and Neoverse. Unfortunately, it would be great if he could go to the Cosmic Sea where Heizage Leon would definitely know a lot. Lu Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He picked up the next scroll. Spirit Palace. Spirit Palace. Gender unknown. One of the 10 arbiters. Known as the White Knight, also known as Lingju. Born from the Lingling clan. Extremely talented. Catchphrase. This is an order. Lu Yin found it funny when he saw the words gender unknown. The Amethyst Trading Company's information network was indeed very careful. Many people believed that Spirit Palace was definitely a man, and even the voice was male. However, that was all a disguise, as she was actually a woman. They would not write anything without seeing her with their own eyes. It was no wonder why they were known as the Outerverse's largest information network. Since they were so careful, Lu Yin looked at the next scroll. The introduction of Lan Si should be true as well. The Amethyst Trading Company did not know as much about Spirit Palace as Lu Yin did. After all, they were just an Outerverse corporation that did not have the qualifications to contact the 10 Arbiters. It was already amazing that they knew so much. He picked up the next scroll and saw that it was Night King Zhenwu. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he slowly opened it. Night King Zhenwu. Male. One of the 10 Arbiters. Known as Arbiter Zhenwu. Born from the Day-Night royal family. His battle techniques are unknown and his innate gifts are unknown. He is adept at control and is extremely dangerous. He is not to be trifled with. There was not much of an introduction, but there was an extremely dangerous aura that assaulted Lu Yin's senses. It was even more careful than the previous introductions of the 10 Arbiters. 2 of the introductions were unknown, and the other 2 were not to be described. This showed just how much the person who had drafted this information network was afraid of Night King Zhenwu. The Day-Night clan was one of the strongest clans in the universe, and the Night King clan was the royal clan of the strongest. They were a clan that was not in a hurry to retrieve their inheritance stone even if it was lost, and they were filled with boundless confidence and arrogance. This was Night King Zhenwu's background. Lu Yin put down the scroll. He and Night King Zhenwu were enemies, not friends. He clenched the scroll so tightly that it deformed. His battle with Lan Si had been arranged, but his future battle with Night King Zhenwu might be a battle to the death. Regardless of whether it was his grudge with the Day-Night clan, the unfair treatment he had received in the Innerverse, or Hai Chi-Chi's tearful pleas after reading the diary, Lu Yin was certain that his grudge with the Day-Night clan and Night King Zhenwu would never be resolved. He picked up the next scroll and opened it. 7 words appeared. Sarati Phoenix. Sarati Phoenix. Male. One of the 10 Arbiters. Known as the Undying Bird. Hails from the Phoenix clan. His innate gift is the Undying Bird. He has evolved into the Undying Phoenix and possesses the power of nirvanic rebirth. Lu Yin had long since known that the Phoenix clan had a member of the 10 Arbiters, and he had also heard of this person. However, he had never thought that there would be such a thing as nirvanic rebirth. What did that mean? Unkillable? He did not think too much about it and picked up the next scroll. Drunkard? Was that a name? Drunkard. Female. One of the 10 Arbiters. Known as Drunkard. Name unknown. Origin unknown. Extremely addicted to alcohol. Innate gift of water. Drunkard was the most unknown person to date and he did not even know her name. Lu Yin casually put down the scroll and picked up the next one. What he saw left him speechless. Could that even be called a name? Obscured. Male. One of the 10 Arbiters. Known as Bright Executor. Origin unknown. His eyes are always closed. Rumor has it that when he opens his eyes, the sun and moon do not shine. Lu Yin suddenly closed the scroll and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he recalled the figure he had encountered in the space with the golden ocean. When he opened his eyes, the sun and moon did not shine. Could that have been him? That person had cultivated his domain to the limit and had been forced to close his eyes to suppress it. It was just like when Mr. Mu had pushed his physical strength to the limit and suppressed him with 3 grains of fates, and when Lu Yin had been a Lemiter. Mr. Mu had mentioned this person to him before, so it should have been him. Obscured had also been to the space with the golden ocean. Lu Yin still remembered the helplessness he had felt when he had been suppressed by Obscured's domain. That domain was so powerful that it could even predict the future. It was too terrifying. Lu Yin was not surprised that Obscured had been one of the 10 Arbiters. It would have been strange if he had not been one of them. He put down the scroll and picked up the last one. Up until now he had not found any clues. These records were too simple and many of them were unknown. He slowly opened the scroll and the first thing he saw was Cox. Cox. Male. One of the 10 Arbiters. Known as Bright Executor. He comes from the cosmic ocean's sea of snakes. He is lazy and has a casual personality, but his attacks are ruthless. He cannot be attacked, provoked, or treated as an enemy. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had found it. One of the 4 arbiters of the cosmic ocean. This person was Cox. Only someone who also came from the cosmic ocean would have a reason to attack someone from Leon's armada. This also confirmed what old Gouda had said. One of the 10 arbiters had connections with the cosmic ocean. Thank you. Inyi, thank you for your support, brothers. Here's the update, thank you. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 931. Lu Yin did not rule out the possibility that the other 10 arbiters were involved with the cosmic sea, but at the moment, arbiters was the most likely. Xianxia had said that there was one person among the 10 arbiters who could not be attacked. This person hated the primeval surnames, and it should be Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian hated the primeval surnames and came from one of the cosmic sea's 4 hegemons, so there was a 90% chance that this person was Zhou Xian. Lu Yin put down the scroll and sighed. He had finally found what he was looking for. He knew all of the 10 arbiters, at least on the surface. Some things would naturally be known once one reached a certain level, even without the Amethyst Trading Company's information. When the group from the Starfall Sea had fled to the Outerverse, Master Yuan had appeared, but he had not spoken to Lan Si at all. He had even ignored Lan Si, which showed how high Master Yuan's status was. The 10 arbiters only had great influence among the younger generation or enlighters, but they were not influential in the higher realms and could only be considered juniors. It was the same for Lu Yin. Even if he had unified the Outerverse, he would still be considered a junior. If there had not been a border war, then Master Yuan would not have cared about him either. Lu Yin would remember this name. In the distance, Xianxia watched Lu Yin's expression change, especially when he looked at the last scroll. Her heart sank as there were some pieces of information that even their own people could not see for fear of causing trouble. She guessed that Lu Yin might have found the answer that he had been looking for. This answer might lead to something, and this place was the source. Information was a weapon, and whoever had it would benefit. But at the same time, information could also bring disaster. She did not know what Lu Yin's information would bring to the Amethyst Trading Company, but she hoped that it would not lead to disaster. After all, this matter involved the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters were backed by too many powerful organizations. Lu Yin walked around again and looked through quite a bit of information. It had to be said that the Amethyst Trading Company's information was very comprehensive, and some of it was helpful to him. However, there was too much information and he could not finish reading it all in a short amount of time. You go back first. I'll walk around on my own, Lu Yin said to Xianxia. She nodded. You can read the information, but you cannot take it out. Got it, Lu Yin casually replied. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin seriously and then turned to leave. Lu Yin looked up and watched her leave. He did not believe that the Z family had given him all of the information, and that there was definitely some information that they had not given him. However, he had no choice since he could not force them. Fortunately, he had obtained the information he needed regarding the 10 arbiters, or else he would have had to resort to some tricks. Frostwave weave earth. Snow was falling all over the place. The temperature in Changbai Mountain was very low, but it was not cold for cultivators. Even though Earth's cultivation civilization had soared with the help of the Great Yu Empire, the Blue Camp still existed and no one dared to act rashly. Earth was a special place. Although there weren't any powerful cultivators, Lu Yin had come from there, which made it so that anyone who came to Earth to travel or do anything dared not be too presumptuous. There were many things that they had to take the initiative to discuss with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was also special. He was Lu Yin's comrade and one of his few friends. On this day, Zhou Xian brought his daughter Cici to Changbai Mountain. Snowflakes fell on Cici's head, and she circulated her star energy to melt the snowflakes. Although the little girl was young, she was already cultivating. Many children on Earth were the same. They started cultivating at a very young age. Dad, there's someone there. It's Uncle Zhang. Zhou Cici exclaimed, pointing to the top of the mountain. Zhou Xian smiled. Come, let's go find him. The snow was thick and 2 sets of footprints were left behind, one large and one small, but they were quickly buried by the snow. Zhang Dingtian had been on Earth for some time now, and he had met up with Zhou Xian, gone to the capital and met up with Wuxia. Zhou Xian had finally found the time to come to Changbai Mountain and meet up with Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. Bai Shui was very grateful to Zhang Dingtian. If it weren't for him, she would not have been threatened. Back when Earth ended, China's 7 sages were filled with danger at every step, but it was wonderful. Now things have changed and we're the only 7 sages left. Wuxia had also come and he took a sip of wine and sighed. Zhang Dingtian had a complicated expression. The end of Earth opened a new chapter in the universe. Earth is still too small. If it weren't for Lu Yin, no one would know what Earth would be like now. You and I might have been sent to the border to fight as cannon fodder. Dad, why isn't Uncle Lu here? Zhou Xian tugged at Zhou Xian's clothes. Zhou Xian patted her head. He's not free. Dad will invite him over next time. Bai Shui waved her hand at Zhou Xian and hugged her happily. Zhou Xian was also very fond of this ridiculously beautiful auntie. Zhou Xian, does Cici have a formcast model? Bai Shui asked. Zhou Xian nodded. Bai Shui patted Zhou Xi's head and took her out for a tour of Changbai Mountain. The next day the group parted ways. Zhou Xian had many things to take care of and so did Wuxia. Zhang Dingtian had decided to explore Jupiter. Lu Yin had told him that he wanted to explore Jupiter. Jupiter? What's there to explore? Bai Shui asked. Earth's technology had advanced and many of the surrounding planets had been explored. Jupiter was the same, but aside from its despairing atmosphere, there was nothing special about it. Zhang Dingtian replied, I don't know, but Lu Yin can't enter. Bai Shui was surprised. I'll go with you. Zhang Dingtian nodded and stepped into the starry sky. Bai Shui followed closely behind. Jupiter looked beautiful, but the atmosphere within was despairing. The beautiful stripes were filled with a deathly aura. Lu Yin had been unable to enter Jupiter back then, but now it was Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui's turn to enter. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had never expected to be sucked into Jupiter, and they were completely unprepared. They didn't even have the ability to resist before they disappeared. If Lu Yin knew about this, he would definitely be upset. He had tried all sorts of methods to enter Jupiter, but these two had entered just like that. Lu Yin only received this news a few days later. He looked at the image on his gadget and pursed his lips. Was this discrimination? The image had been taken by the Great Yu Empire spacecraft that was monitoring Jupiter, and it showed the scene of Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui being sucked into Jupiter. Regardless, the two had entered, but it was said that once they entered they would not be able to leave. Lu Yin immediately ordered 5 more spacecraft to monitor Jupiter and keep an eye on every corner of the planet. The moment someone exited, they would immediately report back to him. It had been a month since he had left the Daoist ruins, so it was time for him to enter again. The Z family's information vault was as vast as the ocean, and it was impossible to read everything. Lu Yin left the intelligence vault of the Z family without even saying goodbye to them. Although he had saved the Z family, he knew that they did not welcome him. He did not mind as long as he could use them. The Z family was one of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations, so how much could he earn from his shares? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Right, there was still Aegis. After leaving Heavenly Lush Planet, Lu Yin searched for the surrounding star charts. He planned to find a secluded place to enter the Daoist ruins. After traveling for a while, Lu Yin's gaze swept across the heavens, and he suddenly shivered as boundless rune lines appeared in the distance. Lu Yin frowned and stared at a desolate planet in the distance. There was something wrong with the rune lines, as there should not be anyone on that desolate planet. However, there were now boundless rune lines, and there were not just 1 but 3, and all of them were at the level of enlighters. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he walked out of the spacecraft. He donned his universal armor and disappeared in a flash. A giant tornado swept past, and Lu Yin passed through it and landed on the desolate planet's surface. His surroundings were dusky, and the only thing he could hear was the desolate sound of the wind. The 3 boundless rune lines gathered together, and Lu Yin used an aura-concealing stone to conceal his aura. He slowly approached the planet, and before long he saw 3 people sitting at the foot of a dark mountain. One was an old man and the other 2 were middle-aged. The 3 did not speak and were resting. Lu Yin waited for a long time, but the 3 did not even open their eyes. Once a cultivator entered a state of cultivation, it was normal for them to remain motionless for days, months, years, or even centuries or millennia. Lu Yin did not want to waste time here. However, the appearance of these 3 people was too strange. Aside from border battles, where else could 3 enlighters gather at once? Even the Temple of Tai Mo only had 3 enlighters. Furthermore, this location just so happened to be on his way back to Frostwave Weave. These three had not been present when he had arrived, or else he would have seen them. After thinking about it, Lu Yin had a guess. He activated his gadget and sent a message to Xianxia, informing her that he had left. Less than 2 minutes later, the gadgets of the three people below him beeped, and they all opened their eyes at the same time. He's coming out. Get ready. This person has killed Enlighters before. The three of us need to kill him in one strike, or else there will be endless trouble. Rumor has it that this person has too many external items, so we can't act openly. We need to control him from the shadows. Brother, you will leave this to you. Of the three, the elder's tone was awe-inspiring. Don't worry, he won't have a chance to use any external items. As long as I see him, he won't be able to move. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, these three old fellows had been waiting for him. Someone within the Z family had betrayed him, but he did not know if it was Xianxia. Even if it wasn't her, it was definitely someone from the upper echelons of the Z family who had been able to find out about his situation through Xianxia. Lu Yin picked up a rock and smashed it down. The three people below him were shocked and they quickly turned around. The rock was reduced to dust a meter away from them. Who's there? Lu Yin walked out. Seniors, were you waiting for me? The three were shocked. Why are you here? Lu Yin looked down at them. 3 Enlighters ambushing an explorer like me. I'm quite honored. The three looked at each other and the elder suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Invisible chains appeared in the void to bind Lu Yin's hands and feet, and even the air seemed to solidify, firmly holding him in place. Attack. A ferocious attack descended, and the desolate planet instantly cracked open before exploding. An explorer had the ability to destroy a planet, let alone an Enlighter. Even the surrounding space trembled. Lu Yin was like a punching bag, unable to retaliate at all. The elder's innate gift was too mysterious, and it was enough to make an ordinary person despair. However, Lu Yin was not an ordinary person. Because he was wearing his universal armor, he could not be bothered to dodge. In fact, the moment the elder had used his innate gift, Lu Yin had already seen the number of rune lines around him, so dodging was not a problem for him. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 932. Lu Yin's external items were famous for their prowess, and the 3 Enlighters continuously attacked him from 3 different directions for a full 10 minutes as they tried to shatter the universal armor. However, they were soon stunned as the universal armor had not been broken at all. Although Lu Yin was being beaten around like a punching bag, he was not injured at all. In the distance, several planets cracked under the shockwaves of the attacks and gradually shattered. The attacks stopped and Lu Yin stood in outer space as he glanced at the 3. Are you done? It's my turn. He casually tossed out a super flash teardrop. The teardrop lit up the sky with a dazzling light that blinded the 3 Enlighters for a moment. Lu Yin put on his bracers and punched one of the Enlighters. The bracers had been shattered by the Corpse King's attack, but fortunately they had not been completely destroyed. They could still be used a few more times, but they would not be used for much longer as they might shatter at any moment. Enlighters had rich battle experience, and even if they were blinded, they could not be casually attacked. However, Lu Yin also had experience fighting Enlighters, and his fist finally landed on the Enlighter's body. The Enlighter blocked with his arms, but some of his strength instantly dissipated. He did not have much time to think as Lu Yin's fist descended. Not only did it shatter the man's arms, but it also pierced through his chest and sent him flying. The Enlighter's chest was pierced through, and the berserk shockwaves shattered his meridians. The Enlighter spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Before the border war in Endless Weave, Lu Yin had relied on the bracers to double his strength, which had been enough to fight against Hugh Phineas. These 3 Enlighters had a power level of 220,000 to 30,000 at most, which was far weaker than Hugh Phineas. Coupled with the fact that their rune lines had been weakened, it was impossible for them to block Lu Yin's fist. When the other 2 saw this, their scalps went numb and they turned to flee. They finally understood what an Enlighter assassin was. Lu Yin did not want to let them go, but with his speed he could only chase after one of them. Thus he targeted the old man. This person's innate gift was very powerful, and leaving him alive would be troublesome. The old man was an Enlighter, so his speed far surpassed Lu Yin's. However, Lu Yin was faster than him and punched out. The Day-Night clan's spiritual force swept out, And although Lu Yin's spiritual force was not enough to cause the old man to lose consciousness, it still caused him to pause for a moment. At that moment Lu Yin appeared and punched out at the old man. The old man's gaze and the void around Lu Yin solidified. Lu Yin's entire body seemed to be fixed to a wall and he could not move. The old man fled again. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that flashed, and the old man's legs were suddenly weakened. His speed plummeted and his consciousness and body were unable to coordinate, causing the old man to almost fall down. With another slight delay, Lu Yin broke free from his innate gift and smashed down with his right fist. The old man turned back to glare at Lu Yin again and Lu Yin's eyes widened. He could clearly see the rune lines spreading all around him. At the critical moment, Lu Yin had passed through the gap and avoided the old man's innate gift. The old man was shocked. Impossible. Nothing's impossible, Lu Yin barked as he punched out. It was a simple and crude attack. His doubled strength allowed him to effortlessly deal with anyone whose power level did not exceed 300,000 with a single punch. However, he had held back. The old man's shoulder shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was smashed into a distant planet. Lu Yin took a step forward and chased after him. The other Enlighter had long since been scared off. Once Lu Yin wore the external item, he was invincible. At least in their eyes he was invincible. The old man's body smashed into the planet's surface, and he pierced through the planet's core. He was completely submerged in magma, but that was not the end of his strength. He uncontrollably pierced through the planet's core and flew up from the other side of the planet. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of blood, causing his vision to turn blurry. To be able to cultivate to the Enlighter realm, the old man had experienced countless life or death battles. At this moment the old man instinctively fled into the distance. He only wanted to escape from Lu Yin's grasp as quickly as possible. Although this person was only an explorer, he had an invincible defense and unfathomable methods. The old man did not even have the courage to fight back. Lu Yin tore through the void and appeared behind the old man. He raised a hand and his palm transformed into a claw. An ancient beast's roar rang out, and it seemed to cross the river of time as it transformed into a giant sky beast claw that smashed down. Get down here. The old man's eyes turned ferocious. The sky beast claw was immobilized and his star energy was completely released. It transformed into a visible shockwave that shattered the sky beast claw and spread out in all directions. An Enlighter's star energy should logically be able to suppress an explorer's, but Lu Yin's star energy reserves were unimaginable. The old man's star energy suppression had no effect on him at all. Lu Yin punched out again, still using the day-night punch. His spiritual force swept out, and even an Enlighter would find it difficult to ignore it. At the very least they would be delayed for a split second. The situation was exactly the same as before, and this split second determined the outcome of the battle. The old man's pupils shrank when he saw the might of Lu Yin's punch and his scalp went numb. This punch was enough to turn him into a puddle of blood. No. Lu Yin's punch suddenly stopped, and the strong wind caused the old man's face to twist. The wind from the punch tore through the void, and it was less than a centimeter away from the old man's face. Lu Yin could clearly see the fear and despair in the old man's eyes. Time seemed to stop at this moment and only Lu Yin and the old man remained. Lu Yin slowly retracted his fist and calmly looked at the old man. Your name? The old man panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin in fear. Karmic. Karmic, is that your name? Lu Yin asked. Karmic nodded and coughed, causing fresh blood to trickle down the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How could an explorer display such terrifying strength? Although they had just become Enlighters not too long ago, they shouldn't have been so easily dealt with by an explorer. They were bona fide Enlighters. Where are you from? You're a smart person, so tell me what I want to know, Lu Yin said indifferently. Karmic hesitated. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I don't have the patience. Karmic's heart trembled. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. This saying was too true and Karmic did not want to die. I'm from the Bar Weave and I've been entrusted by the Central Weave's allied forces to assassinate you. The same goes for these two. Lu Yin had already guessed that there were only a few people in the Outerverse who wanted him dead the most, and the Central Weave's allied forces were definitely among the top. They also had the ability to find 3 Enlighters to assassinate him. Although there weren't many enlighters in the Outerverse and there weren't even enough for one weave, there were still 34 enlighters in the 72 weaves. Most of them were stationed in the southern weave, and the rest had returned to the Outerverse. It wouldn't be difficult to find 3 to assassinate him. Who told you that I was out? Luin asked. Karmic bitterly replied, the young master of the Z family, Z Fong. Luin glared at him. Is he that stupid? Why would he contact you himself? Only him. We can't trust anyone else, Karmic said. Luin picked up Karmic's gadget and dialed Z Fong's number. Didn't you say that you wouldn't contact me? Z Fong's angry voice rang out. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Give me a reason not to kill you. On the other end of the gadget, Z Fong froze when he heard Lu Yin's voice. Alliance leader Lu, are you alright? You only have one chance. If you miss it, there won't be a second chance, Lu Yin said coldly. Z Fong's entire body trembled, and he instantly thought of countless terrifying endings. With Lu Yin's current power, he didn't even need to do anything himself to deal with Z Fong. Even the Z family's intelligence network might not be able to find out anything, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare to say anything. This person had the qualifications to easily destroy Z Fong. Alliance leader Lu, please listen to my explanation. Remember, you only have one chance. Think carefully before you speak. Cold sweat dripped down Z Fong's forehead and his face turned deathly pale. Chance. All he could think about right now was how he could absolve himself and how he could convince Lu Yin to let him go. Why? Inexplicably, an idea flashed through his mind. Alliance leader Lu, I'll tell you a secret about my Z family. Please let me go. Go on. Lu Yin was rather curious. Z Fong gulped. Actually, Mr. Yi isn't the only enlighter in my Z family. Back when the Z family stood tall in the Outerverse, we were able to defeat many powers and become the largest intelligence network in the Outerverse. That person's surname is Li. I don't know the details, but one thing is for sure. This senior Li far surpasses Mr. E. Even if he's not at the level of an emissary, he's not far from it. He's the true powerhouse of my Z family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's not surprising. 4 major corporations. It would be strange if you only had Mr. E. This isn't enough for you to save yourself. Z Fong's face turned pale. Alliance leader Lu, I can give you all of the resources that I've accumulated over the years as long as you forget what happened today. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, how much can you have? Even if you die, I can still get all of it. Z Fong despaired and kept thinking about something. It seems like you can't save yourself. Then you won't be able to live for more than a few days, Lu Yin threatened. Z Fong trembled. He thought about the generals of the Central Weave's allied forces, the top 10 assassins of Aegis, and all of the enlighters who had died at Lu Yin's hands. He then thought about Lu Yin's overwhelming power and background, and he gritted his teeth. Alliance leader Lu, I can take you to the Z family's most secret place. Father thinks that I don't know about that place, but I've been there a long time ago. That place contains the Z family's greatest secret, and it involves the Neoverse. Lu Yin was interested. Tell me about it. Z Fong seemed to be struggling as he didn't want to say anything. Lu Yin sneered. I won't force you. You can leave this world with this secret. The home of the gods, Z Fong said. Lu Yin was confused. What's the home of the gods? The home of the gods, the monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he covered his gadget. You know about it? The monkey replied, I think I've seen it before, but I don't remember the details. At that moment, Z Fong spoke up from the other end of the gadget. The Home of the Gods is one of the most powerful organizations in the Neoverse. In terms of status, it's comparable to the Mavis Bank, the Aurora Corporation, and the Sirius Sect. It's a true colossus, and even the Hall of Honor doesn't dare to say that they can do anything to the Home of the Gods. Chapter 933. Z Fong paused for a moment before continuing. My Z family originated from the Home of the Gods, and that Senior Li was sent by the Home of the Gods to protect our family. Only the head of the Z family knows about this, and Xianxia and Zirong and I are kept in the dark unless we become the head of the family. Although there aren't many experts in the Outerverse, it's still very difficult to establish a foundation and become the largest intelligence organization. My Z family's history has been too smooth, and many people have suspected that we originated from the Innerverse and were supported by some Innerverse powers like the Nalan family. In reality, the true support of the Z family comes from the home of the gods. What powers are in the Neoverse? Lu Yin asked as he was too curious. He currently knew that the Hall of Honor, Mavis family, Aurora Corporation, Sirius sect, the Three Dark Hands, and now the home of the gods. None of these powers were easy to deal with, and any one of them could easily overturn the Innerverse and Outerverse. Zifang bitterly replied, I don't know about the Neoverse either. Even my father knows about our origins, but that's all he knows. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Lu Yin was skeptical. Zifang replied, Alliance Master Lu can come to planet Tianmao and I'll take you there. With your methods, my father won't be able to detect anything. Lu Yin was puzzled. Let's just assume that you're telling the truth. Why does the home of the gods support the Z family? I really don't know the specifics, but I'm very sure that father has been searching for something all these years, but he didn't tell us. The Z family has an intelligence department that is solely under his control. That intelligence department should be used to find out information about the home of the gods, Zifang said. Then he continued to speak more and more, revealing everything he knew. Anyway, the moment he mentioned the home of the gods, he would be betraying the Z family, so he might as well tell them everything. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The Outerverse already had the Hall of Honor, the Neo-Human Alliance, the Seven Courts, the Mavis Bank, and the Aurora Corporation. Now it seemed that the home of the gods also had connections. These behemoths were truly worthy of being existences that had stood tall for countless years, and they did not care about the Outerverse just because it was weak. If Lu Yin did not know, then that meant that he did not have the qualifications to know. If Lu Yin hadn't gotten hold of Zifang's weakness today, then this secret might have remained a mystery for another few years or even a decade. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, the Z family might transform with the support of the home of the gods. Not only the Z family but also the Nalan family, the Mavis Bank, and so on. These behemoths were like kites with their strings cut. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were reconnected, they would regain their strings, and their attitudes towards Lu Yin would be completely different. He heaved a sigh of relief, as it was fortunate that he knew the Z family's secret. Otherwise, if he had provoked the home of the gods, the consequences would not have been any better than provoking the Day-Night clan. In fact, it might even have been worse. Making enemies for no reason was not his style. Zifang was so afraid that he had even revealed such a secret, so there was no need for Lu Yin to continue questioning him. I can pretend that nothing happened today. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin was about to end the call when he suddenly paused. Find me the information that the home of the gods wants the Z family to find. Tell me and I'll guarantee that you'll become the head of the Z family. He then ended the call. Zifang stared at his gadget in a daze. The fear in his eyes had been replaced by excitement when he heard Lu Yin's last sentence, but it was quickly extinguished. Zirong was already dead and Xianxia alone was no threat to him. He would become the head of the Z family sooner or later, and he did not need Lu Yin's guarantee. It was fine as long as he could smoothly resolve today's matter. He was truly afraid that Lu Yin would deal with him. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, and a single word from Lu Yin could determine the life and death of countless people. Lu Yin put his gadget away. The Outerverse secrets were becoming fewer and fewer, and it even involved the Neoverse. The universes were connected, and the Outerverse was not just the Outerverse. Lu Yin had originally planned to place his own people in the Z family, but no one could replace a member of the Z family, let alone Zifang. Did he really think that today's matter was over? If he did not have any ability, then how could it have ended so easily? Lu Yin sent Zifang's information to Enya so that she could make use of it in the future. After dealing with Zifang, Lu Yin looked at Yi. How do you think I should deal with you? Yi was terrified. Alliance Master Lu, please give me a way out. Lu Yin nodded. Sure. Xianxia lacks an enlighter to oversee things. Are you willing to accept this position? Yi was delighted. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. As long as he did not die, he was willing to do anything. Overseeing Xianxia was a lucrative job, and it was equivalent to having someone to support him. Of course, he also knew that with Lu Yin's current situation, Xianxia would not be able to withstand an attack, but he had no other choice. Lu Yin was very satisfied. With this person overseeing things, Xianxia's safety would be guaranteed. As long as Lu Yin gave him a few more life-saving items, he would be able to withstand a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 for a while. With Yi Sly in tow, the two headed to Frostwave Weave. A few days later, in a secret room in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out his futon and activated the super flash. He put on the bracers that could be destroyed at any moment and sat on the futon. The cauldron chi from the first cauldron in the 9 cauldrons space had shattered, and he knew that this would definitely attract the 6th mainland's attention. When Lu Yin returned to the 9 cauldron space, he saw quite a few cultivators from the 6th mainland. These cultivators were trembling in fear as they searched for something. Lu Yin glanced around and finally saw a familiar face. The sword in the stone. It was the same person who had used the stone sword to attack Lu Yin several times during the fight for the Jade Stone. Even now, Lu Yin still remembered how powerful that stone sword had been. Now that a realmling had arrived, Lu Yin could not peacefully absorb the cauldron chi, so he had no choice but to leave the 9 cauldrons space. After thinking about it, he decided to look for the Initiation Enlightenment platform, as it would allow him to speed up his understanding of lock-breaking. Lu Yin was not familiar with the Dao Source Sect's ruins, and he knocked out more than 10 people along the way to ask for the location of the Initiation Enlightenment platform. Only one person among them knew the location, and it took him a long time to find it. Lu Yin politely thanked the person before knocking him out and tossing him to the side. A few people in the periphery tried to enter the white mist, but they all quickly retreated. Lu Yin stepped into the white mist and the same thing happened again. The mist would occasionally transform into strange attacks, and the deeper he went, the fiercer they became. Along the way, he ran into some familiar faces who were unable to move, and they all looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Lu Yin ignored them and slowly walked deeper into the mist. Gradually, Lu Yin was able to roughly determine his current location based on the strength of the mist. This was the location where he had been teleported to previously, and he was still some distance away from the Initiation Enlightenment platform. Last time he had encountered Maiden Exen and had only managed to enter with her help. This time he wanted to rely on the bracers to fight his way in. Lu Yin raised his foot, and the white mist coiled around it before transforming into a python that flicked its tongue. Lu Yin punched out, and the python dissipated, turning back into mist as he continued walking. Not long after, the mist transformed into a humanoid figure that attacked him. The figure was extremely lifelike, and it was actually intertwined with star energy to form a battle technique. In terms of strength, it was comparable to experts like Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying, but in the end, it was still reduced to mist by Lu Yin's punch. Following that, the mist transformed into a trident that stabbed upwards towards Lu Yin's chin. The trident was very small, only about the size of a palm, but it was extremely powerful. If not for Lu Yin's speed, it would have pierced through his head. Lu Yin broke out in a cold sweat, and after shattering the trident he frantically punched out in all directions, not allowing the white mist to get close to him. Not too far away from Lu Yin, 2 figures were carefully walking towards the Initiation Enlightenment platform. The 2 figures were very strange. One was very fat, weighing at least 150 kilograms, while the other was very skinny, weighing only about 25 kilograms. At first glance, the skinny one looked like the fat one's arm. The fat and skinny figures supported each other, and their expressions were solemn as they slowly and steadily walked forward step by step. Be careful with this step. Don't disturb the mist. I know, but we have to be careful. We've already encountered attacks that are close to that of a realmling. Realmlings are nothing. We're not afraid of them. We're not afraid, but they're very troublesome. Right? Have you gotten fatter recently? I can't even support you anymore. You've gotten thinner. Is that so? Thanks for the compliment. You're welcome, and thank you for calling me fat. That's what I should do. You're my fat bro after all. Brother Skinny will be brothers forever. Brothers. The fat and skinny duo spoke as they slowly and cautiously moved forward, afraid of disturbing the mist. Suddenly the mist surged wildly, shocking the two. What's going on? At that moment, a fist punched out from the mist and smashed into the fat man's stomach, sending him flying. The fat man was still holding on to the skinny man, and the two were sent flying. Lu Yin walked out from the mist and looked at his fist in confusion. Did he just hit something? It was quite soft. Whatever, he decided to continue. Lu Yin relied on his fist to smash his way forward, and it was quite effective. As long as he didn't allow the mist to touch him, he was able to reduce the number of attacks. Furthermore, he was constantly punching out, which allowed him to neutralize some of the hidden attacks. The Enlightenment platform wasn't too far away, and Lu Yin was excited to continue. Inexplicably, he felt a chill run down his back and he suddenly turned around. White mist condensed behind him to form a giant that was dozens of meters tall that stomped down. Lu Yin cursed under his breath and hurriedly dodged. The giant's stomp did not affect the air or the surrounding environment, but Lu Yin knew that he would be finished if it landed. This was no joke. At this point, any attack would surpass Autumn Frost Qing's level and should not be any weaker than a Riemling's. The giant's attack range was very wide, and it covered almost all of the area in front of the Enlightenment platform. If Lu Yin wanted to enter the platform, he would have to get past the giant. However, the giant was extremely fast and the omnipresent mist was also affected by it. It could transform into an attack form at any time, which made Lu Yin very depressed. He clenched his fist. Since that was the case, he would just punch it away. Even Hu Finyas, a powerhouse whose power level was close to 300,000, had been forced back by a single punch, let alone this giant. This thing's power level was close to 300,000 at most, and it could not exceed that. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for even a realmling to pass through. Just as Lu Yin decided to punch out, a figure appeared behind the mist giant and struck out with a single palm. The giant was immediately scattered. It was Xian Nu. Lu Yin was astonished, but then he was overjoyed. Xian Nu? Xian Nu's appearance had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 934. She descended, grabbed Lu Yin and rushed out of the white fog to the beginner unravel platform. "You're here again?" she asked. Lu Yin replied, "This place is very beneficial to me. By the way, how are you? Did you break through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker?" He regretted asking the question as soon as he finished, as even if he had broken through, she would not have come here again. She did not answer and instead looked around. "I hope you're lucky this time. You won't be able to stay here for much longer." Lu Yin hoped so as well. "By the way, how long can you stay here?" She thought for a moment. "About 10 days. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. For the rest of the time, the two waited for the gray fog to appear. The two did not interact much, and most of the time it was Lu Yin asking questions while she answered. No one else came. At least Lu Yin felt that she had a good temper. She seemed to be willing to stay with Lu Yin, and her entire person seemed very gentle. A few days later, a strand of gray fog appeared and she casually tossed it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "I'll give it to you. You should break through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker as soon as possible." She shook her head. "No need." She then pushed the gray fog away and merged it into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin closed his eyes and it was as if he had entered another world. 2 days later he opened his eyes and they shone brightly. His understanding of lockbreaking had improved slightly, and this gray fog allowed him to experience the techniques of those powerful lockbreakers from ancient times. It was as if he had cheated on his path of lockbreaking, and his lockbreaking ability had continuously improved. He turned around and saw that she had her eyes closed. She should have absorbed the gray fog as well. Not long after, Maiden opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yin. "Before reaching the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm, it won't be of much help in battle. Although lockbreakers can break down battle techniques, and they can also rely on their control of star energy to create exquisite attacks that can allow them to fight above their realms, compared to some people such as those at the realmling level. But once you step into the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm, things will be different. This is because at the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm, you can set up lockbreaking arrays that can turn something rotten into something miraculous. Although it's not as good as a secret technique, it's much more versatile, and you can even borrow the power of the weather to set up a world-destroying array. This is why lockbreakers are truly respected and feared by others. Boundless advanced lockbreakers are the true lockbreakers, and there are only a few boundless advanced lockbreakers who can set up arrays in the 6th mainland. If you're lucky enough to see a powerful lockbreaker from ancient times set up an array, it's best to remember it." Lu Yin asked, "An array? I think I've heard of it before. Right, have you heard of True Insight?" The maiden was surprised. "You've heard of it?" It's said that it's a peerless tome for lockbreakers and it seems to be kept in the Daoist sect. Only a few people have seen it. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the 6th mainland also had True Insight, but he did not know if it was the same as the 5th mainlands. They did not speak much, and the two of them continued to observe the fog while simultaneously increasing their understanding of lock-breaking. A few days later the maiden disappeared. Her time was up. After the maiden left, Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes widened as he began to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. No matter what, he felt that reciting the Stonewall Scriptures at least once, no matter where he went, might have some sort of miraculous effect. As he recited the Stonewall Scriptures, the white fog around the beginning Enlightenment platform surged more and more violently. Those who had entered the white fog on the periphery were met with a calamity, and the intensity of the attacks increased by quite a bit. Some of the unlucky ones in particular were attacked even though they had not moved at all. A strand of gray fog appeared and merged into Lu Yin's body. Soon 2, 3, 4 strands of gray fog appeared and merged into Lu Yin's body. He absorbed a total of 7 strands of gray fog with a single recitation, and he was immediately immersed in the scenes of the ancient lockbreakers. Half a month later, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was not the beginning Enlightenment platform, but a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He had left the Daoist sect ruins. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He had merged into several scenes and seen several powerful lockbreakers in action. His understanding of lockbreaking had improved significantly, but it had also been very taxing on his mind. Still, it was all worth it and he could see the path of lockbreaking more clearly now. He took out Senior Gu Yu's lockbreaking manual. There were many words that he had not understood in the past, but he now understood quite a bit. When he compared them, he was shocked to discover that Gu Yu's lockbreaking technique even surpassed the techniques of some of the ancient Daoist sect's lockbreaking masters. This person was truly a heaven-sent genius. He had been in the Daoist sect ruins for about a month, and Lu Yin had spent another half a month studying Gu Yu's lockbreaking manual. He had been in seclusion for a full month and a half before he finally left King Zishan's palace. Xinyu Star was currently bustling with activity. The Great Eastern Alliance's new flight route was about to be auctioned off, and it had attracted countless people. The Great Eastern Alliance's internal flight route was not only for the Great Eastern Alliance's internal powers, but also external powers, which naturally included the Central Weaves and the Western Weaves. Lu Yin did not stop them as the auction had to be fair. It was a competition of wealth and he would be the one to benefit. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to verify his own understanding of lockbreaking. He took a step forward and left Xinyu Star for planet Hydratink as he needed a source box. He had a source box on him, a 3 stars perceptive intermediate source box that he had obtained from Butcher. Butcher had taken it out to save his life during the war front, but Lu Yin did not want to use it. The lockbreakers on planet Hydratink had stayed in Frostwave Weave for some time now, and they had received a lot of resources. Their lives were carefree, and aside from teaching them how to control star energy, Lu Yin had not asked them to do anything else. It was time for him to pay them some rent. The Lockbreaker Society's move to planet Hydratink had attracted quite a few people from the Outerverse. Although the number of people who signed up for the lockbreaking examination was fewer than when they had been on Source Peak Planet, it was still a significant number. These people had greatly increased the Great U Empire's economy, and source boxes had been unlocked from time to time. The lockbreakers on planet Hydratink had contributed a lot to the Great U Empire. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, these contributions were not enough. Phelan had not taken the initiative to offer up her source box, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. The Lockbreaker Society was like a starving camel that was still bigger than a horse. Even though they had been robbed, they still had many resources stored away, including source boxes. Lu Yin did not inform anyone of his arrival on planet Hydratink, as he wanted to check on the situation there. Planet Hydratink had originally been home to a group of natives, but the Great U Empire had cut them off from the Lockbreakers because they were worried that they would not get along well with the Lockbreaker Society. Now the natives had already accepted the Lockbreakers. Although the Lockbreakers were arrogant, their greatest advantage was that they were generous. Lockbreakers did not lack money, and their arrival had caused planet Hydratink to become the most prosperous place in the entire Frostwave Weave, second only to Xinyu Star. During the lockbreaking talent assessment, there were people everywhere and the natives had made quite a fortune. Lu Yin was worried that the lockbreakers would bully the natives, but that did not happen. It was not that the lockbreakers did not want to bully the natives, but that there was no need for them to do so. Ordinary people were like ants in their eyes, and who would make life difficult for an ant? Traveling around planet Hydratink was like a vacation for Lu Yin, and he soon arrived at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. As he neared the headquarters, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw a boundless number of rune lines. They were actually at the level of an enlighter. Was there an enlighter on planet Hydratink? It was definitely not Kai Jianxiang, as Kai Jianxiang's rune lines were condensed together and looked very fierce. However, the rune lines in front of Lu Yin's eyes were like a misty cloud that spread out. These rune lines were very familiar to Lu Yin, and his eyes widened as he remembered who it was. It was Saul, the vice president of the Lockbreaker Society. At the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, Phelan's residence, Saul sat in the garden and sipped tea while Phelan stood respectfully behind him. Lu Yin has already been in seclusion for a month and a half? It seems like he's gained something again. He's a genius, Saul sighed. Phelan respectfully replied, no matter how much he's improved, he still can't compare to you. You've already broken through to the enlighter realm. With a bang, the teacup in Saul's hand shattered and he stared coldly at Phelan. If not for you, I would have been able to use true insight to become an enlighter. Once I mastered the sourcebox array, I wouldn't even need to fear a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 300,000, let alone a mere Lu Yin. My talent was enough to attract the attention of the Hall of Honor, and they even offered me protection. But now I have nothing. Phelan hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Please forgive me, Vice President. Everything was done by Wei Rong and he forced me to do it. There's also Lu Yin. If not for them, I wouldn't have dared to oppose you. Saul sneered as he was not stupid. Phelan was one of the Lockbreaker Society's assessment mentors. So how could a mere Wei Rong dare to threaten her? Of course he did not say anything as there was no need to. There were actually 2 boxes in Jeffrey's secret room. Lu Yin gave one to you and he probably kept the other for himself, Saul muttered to himself. Phelan did not dare to interrupt and she simply knelt down. Alright, get up. Everyone is selfish. You want to seize the president's position just like I want to seize true insight. We both have our own methods, but you need to help me with something. Saul's tone was cold as he emphasized each word. Find that traitor, Deng Pu, and I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. Phelan hurriedly agreed. She and Saul had both relied on their own methods to compete, and Saul had never trusted her. He did not care about her, but Deng Pu was different. Deng Pu was his disciple and had always been obedient. Saul had done his best to nurture Deng Pu and he had planned to raise Deng Pu to the boundless advanced realm in the future. If possible, Saul had planned to teach Deng Pu that page of true insight, but he had never expected Deng Pu to betray him. If Deng Pu had not betrayed him, Saul would have obtained true insight a long time ago. Thus, his hatred for Deng Pu surpassed everyone else. Phelan carefully asked, Vice President, 1/3 of the Outerverse is currently in Lu Yin's hands. Will I attract his attention if I send someone to search for him? Saul's eyes narrowed as he felt a headache whenever Lu Yin was brought up. Lu Yin was a ruthless character, and even though he had broken through to the enlighter realm, he was still afraid of Lu Yin from the bottom of his heart. Secretly investigate, or you can spend money to hire an intelligence network. Don't let him discover you. Phelan agreed and her eyes flickered. Saul's words meant that he was also afraid of Lu Yin, and she was hesitating over whether or not she should report this to Lu Yin. Don't let Kai Jianxiang get close to this place. Although he doesn't have the ability to discover my existence, it's better to be safe than sorry, Saul said. Phelan agreed once more. Book 58 Star Stomp latest Chapter 934. Secret the Hidden Person's Address. Chapter 935. Not long after she left the garden feeling rather irritated. It was already bad enough that Lu Yin was above her, but now even a stray dog like Saul was here. She couldn't even tell anyone, which made her feel very aggrieved. Why had she schemed against him in the past? Wei Rong had also sided with Lu Yin, which left her at a loss. She didn't even have a way out. At this moment Wei Xia happened to pass by. She glanced at Phelan but didn't pay her any attention. Phelan was already angry, and when she saw that Wei Xia was ignoring her, she became furious. Xia, come here. Wei Xia stood in place and looked at Phelan. What's the matter? Phelan was so angry that she laughed. Master told you to come here. Don't you understand human language? Wei Xia's tone sank. Master, please watch your words. You are the acting president of the Lockbreaker Society, not a shrew. How dare you insult your master? Phelan was furious. Wei Exer sneered and walked away. Ever since she had pleaded with Phelan to no avail, she had recognized her master for who she was, and she didn't even give her the most basic respect. Now that her brother Wei Rong had joined the Great Yu Empire and was second only to Lu Yin, she was even less afraid of Phelan. Phelan was trembling with anger, but she could only watch as Wei Exer left. Phelan hated Wei Rong, but she also feared him. She shivered when she thought about Wei Rong's methods. Not everyone had the qualifications to be recruited by Lu Yin and treated as an honored guest. Wei Rong had schemed to destroy Source Peak Planet and split up the Lockbreaker Society, so Phelan didn't dare to offend him. As she watched Wei Exer's figure disappear, Phelan suddenly felt powerless. Was there any meaning in being the acting president of the Lockbreaker Society? What had she gained? Phelan was at a loss as she couldn't even gain the respect of her own disciple. Her gadget suddenly beeped, waking her up. She looked over and her expression changed. She hurriedly accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, it's me, Phelan. Lu Yin was currently at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and he had seen everything that had just happened. However, he hadn't come out. President Phelan, please send a few source boxes to the lock-breaking room. I'll be on my way to Planet Hydrodink. Phelan was shocked. Lu Yin was coming? Would Saul be discovered? She hurriedly replied, yes, Alliance Master Lu. Phelan's when she ended the call ended. He quickly went to find Saul. Saul had not expected Lu Yin to come, and he immediately retracted his aura and entered Phelan's private room to hide. Half a day later, Lu Yin appeared at Planet Hydrodink space station and pretended not to know what had happened. Phelan respectfully welcomed him. Alliance leader Lu, welcome to Planet Hydrodink. Lu Yin nodded. President Phelan must be doing well here. Phelan did not know what he meant, but she could only reply, thank you for your concern, Alliance leader Lu. Just tell me if you have any difficulties, Lu Yin said casually. Phelan's heart skipped a beat and she whispered, the lock-breaking room has already been prepared. Because all 3 source boxes are dangerous, we've separated them into 3 separate rooms that can be connected to each other. Alliance Master Lu, this way please. Lu Yin followed behind Phelan as they headed towards the source box room at the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Lockbreakers had their own specialized source box rooms. Although Planet Hydrodink had not been the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters for very long, these basic facilities had still been established, and the materials used were all spiritual silk. It had to be said that the Lockbreaker Society had a deep foundation. Even with Lu Yin's current influence, it would not be easy for him to find spiritual thread, who had constructed so many secret rooms. The Lockbreaker Society had a stockpile of it. I won't disturb Alliance leader Lu any further. If there's anything you need, please instruct me, Phelan said respectfully. Her authority as the Lockbreaker Society's acting president had disappeared in front of Lu Yin. This was not only because of Lu Yin's current power, but also because Saul was on Planet Hydrodink. She did not have the qualifications to display her authority. She was the Lockbreaker Society's acting president, but she could not even control her own disciple. Phelan was at a loss. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. This woman was ambitious, but she did not have the ability or mental state to match her ambition. She was no longer suitable to be the acting president. He slowly walked into the first room. The air was filled with a sharp aura, and from time to time, there would be illusory swords streaking through the air, tearing through the void. This was the danger of a source box, and its power was no weaker than that of a cruiser's. The source box itself was like a sword's hilt, and it was not large. It was inserted straight into the box of spiritual silk, and sparks would occasionally appear in the void around it. Lu Yin was puzzled as he could tell that this source box contained something valuable, and it was even a 3-star perceptive intermediate source box. He was surprised that Phelan was willing to take it out. Could it be that the Lockbreaker Society was running out of source boxes? He approached the source box step by step, and the swords around him flickered with killing intent. They would occasionally slash at Lu Yin's clothes, but he easily blocked them with his star energy. Every source box had its own rules. Lock-breaking relied on one's understanding of star energy, and a lock-breaking tool could increase one's lock-breaking speed by several times or even dozens of times. Many lock-breakers did the same to reach the perceptive intermediate level. For example, Lu Yin himself had relied on the serious art to modify his eyes and lock-breaking tools. But in reality, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker test had not been as simple as it was now. If one wanted to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, they had to be able to observe the rules of the source box's formation, which was the direction in which the energy on its surface solidified. Lu Yin had only found out after reading Gu Yu's letter that only boundless advanced lockbreakers could do this. There were very few perceptive intermediate lockbreakers who could do this. At the very least, Lu Yin had never heard of such a thing in the Outerverse. Lu Yin stared at the sword-shaped source box in front of him. He relied on his experience of absorbing the gray fog in the Dao Source Sect's ruins to observe the ancient lockbreakers and Gu Yu's letter to gradually see the pattern. This source box's energy gradually solidified from bottom to top, and during this solidification process, the energy within would gradually seep out, causing the killing intent to manifest. Lu Yin could even see the highest destructive power that could be achieved when the killing intent fused with the solidified energy. Lu Yin reached out and pressed his hand against the sword-shaped source box as he attempted to unlock it. Since he could see the pattern of the source box's formation, it would naturally be easier for him to unlock it. As he thought about it, the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his hand. Even though it was easy, it was also good that he could increase his lock-breaking speed. While Lu Yin was lock-breaking, Xenu Star's surroundings were sealed off, and the mainland's premium auction officially began. The highlight of this auction was naturally the Great Eastern Alliance's new shipping routes. These shipping routes could increase the speed of transactions within the Great Eastern Alliance, increase the efficiency of transportation, provide military support, transfer of resources, and so on. Any of these new shipping routes could increase the development of the regions involved by several times, or even more. The universe was too vast, and the greatest barrier between civilizations was not language but rather distance. Once the distance between civilizations was reduced, the rate at which civilizations interacted would increase. If the Great Eastern Alliance's current military structure was rated at 5 points, then the new shipping routes would increase the military score to 7 points. This was the purpose of the new shipping routes. Many people knew that Endless Borders was in control of these new shipping routes, and if not for the various exploration teams that they had, they might not have been able to keep them. Even so, they would release a new shipping route every once in a while to pacify the Outerverse. There were currently many shipping routes in the Outerverse, and a portion of them had been released by Endless Borders. Now Lu Yin wanted to auction off quite a few new shipping routes. Although the new shipping routes that he had picked out had nothing to do with the military, and they were all beneficial to the people's livelihood and could increase the speed at which civilizations interacted with each other, nobody knew about them. News of the new shipping routes being auctioned had caused a sensation for nearly 2 months, and it had attracted countless people to Xenu Star. Now the auction was finally about to begin. The mainland's auction house had never been easy to enter, and now it was even more difficult. Outside Xenu Star, a Mavis Bank spacecraft was shuttling back and forth transporting star essence. Numerous luxurious spacecraft were docked at Xenu Star's space station. If Xenu Star were to explode at this time, the impact of the deaths would be enough to implicate half of the Outerverse powerhouses. The 13 Imperial squadrons were on high alert, and Yi Gui also walked out to oversee the space station as a precaution. Actually, their worries were unnecessary. The Outerverse was now almost transparent, and Lu Yin had long since known that there were any threats. He had already ordered Aegis to monitor the situation, and with the information from Qian Yan and the Amethyst Trading Company, it was impossible for anyone to infiltrate the Great Yu Empire. The assassin's attack on Xenu Star would not happen again. On planet Hydratink, Lu Yin's expression was relaxed and his gaze was calm. Under his hand, the solid energy surrounding the sword-shaped source box began to visibly crack before gradually disappearing. His lock-breaking speed was now more than twice as fast as it had been in the past. Now that he had found the network formed by the source box, his lock-breaking speed had doubled. This was an ability that a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker should be able to grasp. He could now even influence the range of the source box's danger zone through his lock-breaking process. This was something that he had never been able to understand before. With a thump, the lock-breaking process ended, and the solid energy surrounding the source box completely disappeared. A broken sword had fallen into Spiritual Thread's box. Lu Yin slowly picked it up and used a bit of strength. The blade had not been damaged, but the hilt had cracked. He did not know what material the blade had been made of, but it was extremely tough. However, this sword had not been sharpened, so it only had toughness but no lethality. Lu Yin put the sword away. When he rolled enhance in the future, he would directly break it down. He should be able to obtain something good. After he finished unlocking the first source box, Lu Yin pushed open the door to the second room. There was a second source box there, and he was going to unlock 3 source boxes today to raise his lock-breaking level. He was now a 1-star perceptive intermediate lock-breaker, and his true lock-breaking ability, according to the current era's standards, should be at the level of a 5-star perceptive intermediate lock-breaker. His experience with Gu Yu's letter and the ruins of the Daoist sect had allowed his lock-breaking ability to far surpass that of the current era, and his perspective had changed. But in the ancient era, his lock-breaking ability would probably be at the level of a 2-star perceptive intermediate lock-breaker, or at most 3 stars. Time passed, but the era had fallen behind. The second source box also contained a similar danger zone, and Lu Yin's expression became more serious. The air in front of him occasionally turned to stone as if it had been frozen. This was the power of his predecessors. The source box's danger zone and the power of his predecessors seemed similar, but their power was different. One was formed during the solidification process, where the substance inside the source box fused with the solid energy, while the other was left behind by his predecessors. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. Wonderful House's mobile reading website, .com. Chapter 936. Lu Yin could see through the strength of those who had come before him and could easily avoid it, but he did not do so. He stepped closer to the source box. Suddenly, the surface of his fingers turned to stone, and then his entire body was gradually solidified. He stood there like a statue. In the distance, in a secret underground room in the garden, Saul suddenly stood up with a look of ecstasy on his face. Lu Yin had been petrified. That source box had always been kept in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and Saul had tried to unlock it before. However, he had been afraid of the power of those who had come before him, so he had not done so. That power had almost reached the level of an enlighter, and even if Saul had tried to do so, he might have been petrified as well. This time, Lu Yin had requested to unlock the source box, and Saul had asked Phelan to deliver 3 source boxes that contained the danger of a source box. He had wanted to test Lu Yin, and now he had finally been petrified. Saul was excited as Lu Yin was like a thorn in his heart. He wanted to remove this thorn, but he quickly calmed down. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Phelan had also noticed that Lu Yin had been petrified. He was in a daze and she did not know what to do. A day quickly passed and Lu Yin remained petrified, unable to move. Saul did not take the opportunity to attack, and he remained in the secret room for half a day before calming down. He was no longer excited, as if he had figured something out. 2 more days passed and the situation remained the same. The Xenu Star Auction House's premium items auction had ended, and Bei Qing was so excited that he felt as if he was about to fly. This auction had earned the most money in history, a total of 450,000 star essence. All of the major powers had taken out all of their money to transform the Xenu Star Auction House, setting a new record for the highest auction house in the Outerverse. From now on, the Xenu Star Auction House would be recorded in the annals of the Outerverse history. Bei Qing's name would also be recorded in the annals of history. The Outerverse did not use star essence at all, but Bei Qing's auction house had managed to sell it for such a high price, which was enough to bring honor to his ancestors. Bei Qing had found a career that he could work hard for the rest of his life, and what he looked forward to the most was every time Lu Yin handed him a premium item. On planet Hydrodink, Lu Yin remained petrified for a full 5 days, but Saul and Phelan did not do anything. On the 6th day, the petrified surface of Lu Yin's body cracked open, and Saul walked out with a strange look in his eyes. Saul had not taken the opportunity to attack Lu Yin. What was Saul thinking? In front of him, the source box was still releasing the power that was capable of petrifying everything around it. Although this power was enough to cause even an enlighter to be wary of it, Lu Yin was still able to easily evade it. As he continued to unlock the source box, the power gradually dissipated until it finally disappeared. All that was left behind was a bloody handprint on the stone. He picked up the stone and examined it carefully. With a bang, the stone shattered. It was a pity that he had unlocked it too late. If he had unlocked it tens of thousands of years earlier, then this stone would not have shattered. He might even have been able to extract the blood from the bloody palm print and keep it for himself. He clapped his hands, causing the stone fragments in his palms to scatter. He then walked towards the third room. The third source box's killing intent was not that strong, and there were no strange occurrences. Lu Yin had spent half a day unlocking it, but he was not disappointed when he found that it was empty. Most source boxes would become volatile due to the passage of time, which was normal. 3 perceptive intermediate source boxes, and one of them was even a 4-star source box, which was enough to raise his lock-breaking ability to a 3-star perceptive intermediate source box. If he wanted to raise his lock-breaking ability to a 5-star perceptive intermediate source box, then he would have to unlock a 5-star perceptive intermediate source box. Emptying the Lockbreaker Society in one go did not seem like a good idea, so he would just treat it as practice today. When he left the room, Phelan was already waiting outside. "Take me to Saul," Lu Yin said calmly. Phelan was shocked and her face paled. She had not expected Lu Yin to know that Saul was here. "Let's go," Lu Yin urged. Phelan hurriedly complied and led the way. Soon the two of them arrived at the garden. Lu Yin looked underground and slowly sat down on a stone bench. Saul tore through the void and walked out. He calmly looked at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, sorry to disturb you." Lu Yin gestured for him to sit. Saul did not stand on ceremony and sat down. "Actually, there is no enmity between us, and I wasn't the one who targeted you on Source Peak Planet. I just happened to be there at the right time," Lu Yin said. Saul nodded. "I know. Phelan was the one who wanted to replace me and Deng Pu betrayed me. Wei Rong and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect were the ones who planned to destroy Source Peak Planet. Alliance Master Lu, you were merely a spectator." Lu Yin smiled. He had taken many things from the Lockbreaker Society, including Jeffrey's true insight from Jeffrey's secret room. However, he had also preserved the Lockbreaker Society. "I did what a bystander should do, but Mr. Saul, you're different. You were the one who sent Mr. June to assassinate me, right?" Saul nodded and did not deny it. "The other box in President Jeffrey's secret room is with Alliance Master Lu, right? The one who targeted me during the exam was also Mr. Saul," Lu Yin said. "The one who took advantage of the Society's great change and threatened to relocate the Society to Frostwave Weave was Alliance Master Lu." Saul did not back down. The two looked at each other and then smiled. Both of them had done something, and to them it was what they should do. Saul sighed. "I was led by the nose from start to finish. I thought that everything was under my control, but I lost the initiative long ago and fell behind step by step until I reached my current state." Lu Yin smiled. "In my opinion, Mr. Saul did the right thing. You wanted to become the Lockbreaker Society's president and obtain true insight. You did not do anything wrong. The only mistake you made was that you lost." "Yes, I lost." Saul's eyes dimmed. Even though he had become an enlighter, his defeat could not be reversed. He had already lost the hearts of many Lockbreakers and could no longer become the Lockbreaker Society's president. He was even less qualified than Phelan. Back then he had said that his status had not been taken away by the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society and that he would still be the vice president. However, this was only a psychological consolation. After losing the support of so many Lockbreakers, how could he continue to be the vice president? The Lockbreaker Society has internal disputes and external pressure, and the unlucky one is the vice president. In my opinion, this is unfair to Mr. Saul. When Source Peak Planet's upheaval began, Mr. Saul suggested that someone guard the Hall of Insight. There were too many reasons behind the outcome of that battle, and Mr. Saul should not be blamed for everything," Lu Yin said. Saul's eyes flashed and he looked at Lu Yin. "What does Alliance Master Lu mean?" Phelan heard this from nearby and she looked at Lu Yin with a panicked expression. Lu Yin smiled. "I would like to invite Mr. Saul back to continue leading the society." Saul was agitated, but he quickly calmed down. "Can Alliance Master Lu do that?" Lu Yin looked at Phelan. "President Phelan, I'll have to trouble you." Phelan had a complicated expression on her face, and she was stunned for a moment. She did not know how to react. She had spent so much effort to obtain the position of acting president, but it had now been taken away by a single sentence from Lu Yin. She should have been furious to the point of losing her mind, but for some reason she felt relieved instead. Her thoughts were complicated and she did not know how to respond. Saul looked at Phelan with a dignified expression. "Phelan, can you do it?" Phelan was stunned and she looked at Saul before looking at Lu Yin. She slowly lowered her head. Yes. Lu Yin beamed at Saul. See, it's that simple. Saul had always dreamed of returning to the society. Back then he had also been expelled, and this person in front of him had been one of the people who had expelled him. Now it was also this person who had summoned him back. This was what it meant to be able to do anything. This person was completely different from when he had been on Source Peak Planet. Back then Saul had not cared about this person and had even sent people to assassinate him. Now, however, he had to obey this person's orders. Alliance Master Lu, I'd like to know why, Saul asked. Lu Yin thought about it. The Lockbreaker Society's greatest value lies in lockbreaking, but the people who can protect the lockbreakers are the upper echelons of the society. I offended many people back then, but the only reason I wasn't killed was because I was also a lockbreaker. I hope that other lockbreakers can have this protection as well, but Phelan obviously cannot. Only Mr. Saul can. Saul frowned as he did not believe that it was that simple. Of course, Planet Hydratink is part of the Great U Empire, and I hope that there will be someone who can handle the situation and not allow others to come and go as they please, Lu Yin said, hinting at something. Phelan immediately thought of the stolen box during the border war. That was her punishment. Not only had she not admitted her mistake when the box had been stolen, but she had even tried to run away, which had made Lu Yin unhappy. If Lu Yin had not been at the border, then he would have been responsible for this matter as well. This made Lu Yin realize Phelan's incompetence. Back then he had needed someone incompetent to watch over the Lockbreaker Society, but now that his abilities had improved, Phelan could not keep up. Saul happened to be able to, so she had been abandoned. The universe was cruel, and those who could not keep up with the times would be abandoned. No one could escape this fate, including Lu Yin himself. Of course, Phelan had only been stripped of her position as acting president. Her status in the Lockbreaker Society had not changed, and she was still second only to Saul as one of the assessment mentors. Saul had returned to the Lockbreaker Society, and Phelan could convince many other Lockbreakers. However, there was one person that Lu Yin needed to convince personally, Kai Jianxiang. Although Kai Jianxiang was not part of the upper echelons of the society, he was special as he was the guardian of Planet Hydratink and the only person who could threaten Saul. Furthermore, Kai Jianxiang was currently on Planet Hydratink. Ever since the Z family's wedding, Lu Yin and Kai Jianxiang had not met again. Zirong was one of Kai Jianxiang's few friends, and the three of them, including Kai Jianxiang, had fought and drunk together. They had all found each other pleasing to the eye, but in the end things had turned out this way. Kai Jianxiang did not blame Lu Yin, as Zirong was the one who had done it. Kai Jianxiang was just feeling down. Who would have thought that the friend he had acknowledged would turn out to be such a despicable person? Not only had he cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance, but he had also used despicable methods to force a woman to marry him. Are you still thinking about Zirong? Lu Yin asked. Kai Jianxiang shook his head. I don't think he would do something like that. Lu Yin sighed. The first time we met he told me to take one of his attacks. That attack showed me his perseverance in cultivation. I don't believe that he's that kind of person, but it's already happened. Let's get over it. Chapter 937. Kai Jianxiang raised his head and looked at the sky. The Neo-Human Alliance is the darkest organization in the universe, and it's also the mortal enemy of humanity. Why would he work with such an organization? He even cultivated a corpse king transformation. Also, he paused and looked at Lu Yin. I'm sorry about Bai Shui. Lu Yin laughed. You didn't do it, so why are you apologizing? I didn't believe you, Kai Chong apologized. He was a very straightforward person and he had chosen to believe in Lu Yin and Zirong. In the end, Lu Yin had been proven to be right and he still felt that he had wronged Lu Yin. Lu Yin liked to be friends with such people. Do you have wine? I'll drink with you, Lu Yin said. Kai Jianxiang waved his hand, and over 10 jars of unopened wine appeared on the table. It was the same wine that the three of them had drunk together in the past. Let's use this wine as a tribute to that forthright friend of mine. Kai Jianxiang shouted. Lu Yin raised the jug. All right. The two of them drank the entire jar in one gulp, feeling very comfortable. There wasn't much alcohol, but the two of them drank the whole night. Until the next day the two of them were still a little dizzy. They didn't dissolve the alcohol and this kind of tipsy feeling was very good. Kai Jianxiang supported himself on the stone table as he swayed. Let bygones be bygones. I know why you came looking for me, and if you want to come back, then so be it. The Lockbreaker Society's status has indeed not been as high as it used to be, and it's destined that you won't always be a lockbreaker. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. His appearance could be hidden from ordinary people, but it couldn't be hidden from Kai Jianxiang. He did not intend to hide his meeting with Saul from anyone, so it was not strange for Kai Jianxiang to know about it. Only with Kai Jianxiang's agreement would Saul be able to truly return to the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin's goal had already changed, and he no longer intended to completely control the society. The inner-verse and outer-verse would be restored sooner or later, and everything that Lu Yin had done would be investigated. Given how terrifying the Lockbreaker Society was, if Lu Yin went overboard, then it would become very troublesome. What he wanted was not an enemy but a friend. Saul had returned to the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and everything that had happened in the past was now his responsibility. However, this did not affect Lu Yin's control over the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Saul was well aware of this, but he had no other choice. Otherwise, once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, he would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. Even an emissary would not be able to handle such a situation, let alone an enlighter like himself. Now that Saul is back, there's no need for me to stay on planet Hydratink, Kai Jianxiang said with mixed feelings. Brother Kai, you don't have anywhere to go in the Outerverse. Why don't you help me? Kai Jianxiang was puzzled. Help you? How can I help you? Lu Yin smiled, and it was a very sincere smile. Of course. I was the target of an assassination attempt a few days ago, and Xianxia has been facing a crisis ever since. You should know that the Great Yu Empire is now very powerful, and the Great Eastern Alliance is being attacked from both sides. My days are very difficult. Kai Jianxiang was confused. How can I help you? Join the 13 Imperial Squadrons and become their captain. Help me protect the Great Yu Empire. Before Kai Jianxiang could reply, Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. Brother Kai, help me out. You don't even know that the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons are still missing, and I have to take care of everything. Why don't you help me? You don't need to listen to orders, and you'll just be helping a friend. How about that? Kai Jianxiang opened his mouth and was about to speak. Then it settled. Thank you, Brother Kai. Come, let's toast to our generous friend. Kai Jianxiang was stunned speechless as he was forcefully dragged away by Lu Yin. In reality, Kai Jianxiang had not intended to refuse, as he truly had nowhere else to go. Planet Hydratink was not a suitable place to stay. He and Saul did not see eye to eye, and he also looked down on someone as gloomy as Saul. Lu Yin was excited, as he had not thought of this when he had asked Saul to return to the society. It had only occurred to him when Kai Jianxiang said that he wanted to leave. Kai Jianxiang was a peak hunter who was only one step away from breaking through to the Enlighter realm. It was not that he did not want to break through, but rather that he was accumulating his foundation. Once he succeeded and became an Enlighter, he would no longer be an ordinary Enlighter. The addition of such a person would mean that the Great Yu Empire had gained another Enlighter. There were also Aiden and the Old Smoker, both of whom could fight against Enlighters. There was also Sister Lung and Yen Yen, who were not too far behind. The 13 Imperial Squadron's strength was gradually increasing, and even if multiple Enlighters joined forces to launch a surprise attack, they might not be able to defeat these people. Unknowingly, the Great Yu Empire's strength had increased by so much. Who would have thought that 10 years ago the strongest person in the 13 Imperial Squadrons had been Xianxia? Now Xianxia was not even in the top 5. Kai Jianxiang left and Saul relaxed. The person with the most complicated feelings was Phelan, but no one cared what she thought at the moment. Lu Yin had given her a chance, and since she was useless, she could not blame anyone else. As if afraid that Kai Jianxiang would go back on his word, Lu Yin hurriedly brought him back to Xianxia. He could not wait to confirm the fact that Kai Jianxiang had become the captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. The darkness of outer space was always unfathomable, and no one knew what would happen. Between Xianxia and planet Hydratink, a very ordinary large spacecraft was parked in space. Flames soared into the sky, and from time to time explosions could be heard. Inside the spacecraft, many people in ordinary clothes were wailing. In a corner of the spacecraft, dozens of sentinels pushed through the crowd. Behind them was a burly man who donned his universal armor and jumped into space. After that, the other sentinels all donned their universal armor and jumped into space as well, relying on inertia to fly towards a distant planet. There were only so many universal armors on the spacecraft, and if the spacecraft crashed, only those wearing universal armor could escape. Everyone else could only wait to die. "Boss, these people won't leak this information, right?" someone in space asked through a gadget. The leader, a burly man, replied, "No, the rescue team can't possibly arrive so quickly. By the time the rescue team arrives, these people will have already been reduced to ashes." As he spoke, another explosion came from the spacecraft behind them. When they turned around to look, their eyes were filled with despair. However, the boss did not care. These people were just the cheapest miners that he had hired to mine, and it did not matter if they died. At most he would lose some money. What a waste of time. Go back and hire another batch. His boss. The universe was vast and boundless, and the amount of territory an empire covered was often unimaginable to the average person. Most people would not be able to cover the entire region in their lifetime, let alone the Great Yu Empire, which covered an entire weave. The entire frost wave weave belonged to the Great Yu Empire, and the population was simply too large to be counted. This gave many people the opportunity to take advantage of the loopholes. Large merchants often hired laborers who were not registered with the empire, so no one would even know if they died. A single spacecraft with tens of thousands of laborers was not even a drop in the ocean to the Great Yu Empire's population, so no one would care. However, this was all too common in the universe. It was not just the Great Yu Empire but the entire universe. The universe was far crueler than what the average person could see. Lu Yin had once thought that the cruelty of the universe was due to the competition between cultivators, where the strong preyed on the weak. However, no matter how cruel the competition between cultivators was, there was still a chance of survival. He did not know that the cruelty of the average person meant that there was no chance of survival at all. Tens of thousands of laborers could only wait for death within the spacecraft. Every year, more than 10 million of them died, and these people did not even leave a single mark on the Empire's records. The spacecraft continued to explode, and the laborers were in complete despair. Just as they thought that they would be turned into cosmic dust, the flames suddenly extinguished, and the spacecraft seemed to be controlled by a large hand. All of its functions stopped as if it had been paused. On the spacecraft, many of the despairing workers were lost, not knowing what had happened. When they confirmed that the spacecraft had stopped exploding, they all cried with joy. They finally did not have to die. Behind the spacecraft, Lu Yin and Kai Jianxiang sat in the collapsible spacecraft and quietly watched this scene. "It's strange that there aren't any cultivators on such a large spacecraft," Lu Yin commented. Kai Jianxiang glanced at him. "They've been abandoned." "Abandoned? What do you mean?" Lu Yin was confused. Kai Jianxiang was more than 100 years old and he had experienced much more than Lu Yin. These people were probably hired. Something happened to the spacecraft and the people who hired them and their bodyguards all fled, leaving them here to die. Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Die? No one cares?" Kai Jianxiang laughed. "How? There are rescue teams in outer space but they're too far away and some of them might not be willing to move. If not for our coincidental appearance, these people would have had a 99% chance of dying." Lu Yin frowned and looked at the spacecraft in front of him. He had thought that it was just a normal spacecraft malfunction, but he had not expected such a cruel reality. The Empire was too large and its population was too large to count. Furthermore, the unification of the frost wave we've had only happened a few years ago, and it had been too rushed. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he unknowingly released his domain to envelop the spacecraft. "Father, the spacecraft didn't explode. We survived and we can go back to see Mother. The heavens have eyes and we're still alive. I hope that the rescue team will arrive soon." "Bro, when will the rescue team arrive? Didn't they say that the taxes we paid would be used to increase the rescue team's speed?" Don't even think about it. That money has already been pocketed by someone. The Great Yu Empire doesn't care? I heard that the royal regent is diligent and loves his people. Bro, you're too naive. How could the higher-ups know about our suffering? That royal regent's glorious deeds were all exaggerated by the media. Because of him, our taxes have increased and I heard that he wants to recruit more soldiers. Many cultivators from our planet have been taken away, including your second uncle. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Bro, hang in there. Once the rescue team arrives, your injuries can be treated. Puff. Don't comfort me. Even if the rescue team arrives, I won't have the money for treatment. The boss has already run away and no one will pay for us. The higher-ups of the empire are a bunch of beasts. They're so unreasonable that they can't even guarantee basic medical treatment. Forget it. The empire is too big and they can't do anything about it. That royal regent has the energy to wage war against the outside world, but he doesn't care about his own internal affairs. What kind of royal regent is he? He's far inferior to His Majesty Undying Yushan. Even though the Great Yu Empire only covered 13 filaments back then, it could at least guarantee basic medical treatment. Chapter 938. Within the collapsible spacecraft, Lu Yin listened quietly. He overheard many conversations and a significant portion of them were related to him. However, there were almost no praises for him and all of them were complaints. He looked out into space as these people were right. Resisting foreign aggression required internal stability, and he could not even guarantee the most basic rights of the Great Yu Empire's citizens. No matter how large his territory was, he would not receive any praise. What he saw and heard were the words of the upper echelons of the empire. No matter what happened in the outside world, their lives would always be superior, and the ones who truly suffered would always be those at the bottom. Kai Jinxiang did not disturb Lu Yin and instead closed his eyes to cultivate. 2 days later, the rescue team finally arrived. Generally speaking, as long as a spacecraft crash was registered in the Empire's archives, the rescue team would need to arrive within half a day, but this rescue team was 1.5 days late. Lu Yin did not appear and instead he left in his collapsible spacecraft with a gloomy expression. At the same time, he used his gadget to notify the upper echelons of Xenu Star that a court meeting was being held, and everyone who received the notice had to attend. This announcement shook the entire Great Yu Empire. Ever since Lu Yin had become the royal regent, the term court meeting had become a distant memory. He was different from Undying Yushan, who was hardworking and held court meetings every day. Over time, the Great Yu Empire had become accustomed to not holding court meetings. However, Lu Yin's sudden appearance shocked many people, and they did not know what was going on. Some people immediately stopped what they were doing. Some people suddenly felt that the money in their hands was extremely hot. Some people were thinking about policies and suddenly became excited. In short, Lu Yin's decision to hold a court meeting had affected a large group of people in an extremely short amount of time. The news then spread to the surrounding weaves and even the entire Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin was currently on his way to Xenu Star. Within Xenu Star, countless people were already in a state of chaos, as everyone wanted to find out the purpose of Lu Yin's court meeting. Many people had gathered outside of King Zishan's palace, and even the 5th princess's palace was crowded. Many people wanted to meet Wendy Yushan and ask for information, while even more people sought out Wei Rong, Enya Huansha and the others to ask for information. The other weaves' leading powers were also holding meetings to discuss the recent events. Lu Yin himself had not expected that his court meeting would have such a huge impact. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin appeared outside the palace. It had been a while since he had been here. This palace caused Lu Yin's thoughts to become complicated. This was not a simple palace, but rather a hidden source box array that had been set up by Elder Yu. Lu Yin did not know how powerful this source box array was, but he was certain that since it had been set up by that elder, it could deal with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. It might even be able to deal with an emissary. All of the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons who were on Xenu Star were present. Aside from the old smoker, Kai Jinxiang was also present as a newly promoted captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons. The cabinet ministers, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense and Wei Rong all appeared as well. Everyone stood there quietly waiting for Lu Yin to appear. Not long after, Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared in the palace. "Greetings, Your Highness the Royal Regent," everyone said respectfully. Lu Yin swept his gaze across the crowd. "No need for formalities. I know you're all curious as to why I suddenly called for a court meeting. It's actually very simple. 2 days ago I suddenly saw a spaceship on fire." Slowly, Lu Yin explained the situation to her. Inside the court, the ministers were deep in thought. Some of them were panicking. "Your Highness, there are countless habitable planets in the Empire and there are too many people. We are doing our best to count them all," one of the ministers respectfully replied. Lu Yin calmly replied, "The Great Yu Empire has only recently unified Frostwave Weave, and I know that it's impossible to complete everything. However, there are some things that must be done as soon as possible. The population of all the planets that belong to the Great Yu Empire must be counted, and there must not be any more cases of deaths not being recorded. You said that you're doing your best, so how long will that take?" The minister hesitated for a moment. "At least 20 years. Lu Yin frowned. 20 years is too slow. Those people were abandoned because they weren't recorded by the Empire. If you were the one who went missing, Xianxia would probably be shaken." The minister was shocked and he hurriedly knelt down. "I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Lu Yin waved a hand. "Get up. I don't blame you. I've already said that the Empire has only unified Frostwave Weave for a short period of time, so it's normal for some things not to be done yet. However, the matter of counting the population must be resolved as soon as possible. Report the manpower and resources you need and I'll satisfy you. However, you must also count the population as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." The minister relaxed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Also." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Find out who was the one who abandoned those people. Which boss was so ruthless that he didn't care about the lives of tens of thousands of people. Aside from them, there must be many other places in the Empire that have done the same thing. Investigate all of them and anyone who has done such a thing will be charged with murder." "Yes, Your Highness," the ministers hurriedly replied. Lu Yin was satisfied. "That's the first matter. The second matter is that someone said that taxes have increased after I took office, but I don't seem to have seen any of those taxes." Minister of Finance Gavin hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Highness, I swear on my life that there was no increase in taxes. All taxes are still collected according to what His Majesty Undying Yushan collected during his reign." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Is that so? Then someone is using my name to collect taxes. Investigate and kill whoever you find. I won't show any mercy." "Yes, Your Highness." Gavin relaxed. "The third matter is that I need to ensure that everyone in the Empire receives medical treatment, lives, employment and so on." Lu Yin said a lot in one breath. "The rescue team must also be reformed. We must not allow those people to eat the Empire's food for no reason. Do they really think that the Empire's food is that good? Draw up a test for the rescue team and eliminate unnecessary positions. The Empire doesn't have the time to support so many idlers." Lu Yin was the only one speaking during the entire court session, and he spoke about many things that touched on almost every aspect of the Great Yu Empire. Although they weren't very profound, they were all about protecting the lives of the people at the bottom. Was the establishment of a power just for himself? Lu Yin had thought about many things over the past 2 days. What did the ordinary people who relied on the Great Yu Empire hope to achieve? Many of them just wanted to survive. Not only did he want to ensure a basic foundation, but he also wanted to establish a good channel for advancement. He wanted to give everyone a chance to climb up the social ladder, just as some of the ministers had suggested. He wanted to have a fair test for everyone and not just give certain positions to people with backgrounds. Back then, Lu Yin had needed to rely on these people to govern the empire and prevent him from having to worry about the future. Now he needed some people to break their monopoly. People lived in this world and pursued fairness, but they would never obtain it. Lu Yin only wanted to do his best to create a relatively fair environment. He didn't want another incident where tens of thousands of people were abandoned on a spaceship that caught fire. Only after reaching this position could he understand the hardships of being in this position. There were some things that he couldn't do just because he wanted to, so he had to take it slow. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin rubbed his head. Zhao Ran served him a cup of scented tea. It was still a thick green and it was getting greener and greener. Lu Yin took a sip and found that it tasted pretty good, even if it looked scary. Zhao Ran was very happy and Lu Yin sometimes envied her for being so carefree. Even if she had any worries, she would quickly forget them and not remember them. "Your Highness, someone requests an audience," Case said. Lu Yin tiredly replied, "Let her in." She quickly entered the hall. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Yin gestured for her to sit down. She sat down nervously. She was well informed and she had heard about the court meeting. The royal regent had said a lot during the meeting, and she had a premonition that the Great Yu Empire was about to change. Some people were about to be unlucky. "I've called you here because I have a question for you," Lu Yin looked at her and under her nervous gaze he asked, "Are there any restrictions on the news you guys are reporting?" She was startled and quickly stood up. "Your Highness, this." Lu Yin gestured for her to sit down again. "Sit down. It's just a casual question." She was nervous and dryly replied, "No, there's no restriction." Lu Yin laughed. "Is that so? If there's no restriction, then why haven't you reported anything about some of the ministers or influential figures? Don't tell me that all of the ministers are virtuous and that those influential figures are all good people." She felt awkward but she didn't dare to speak. Lu Yin said, "I understand your pain. There are some things that you want to expose but don't dare to, right?" She gritted her teeth. "Your Highness, as long as you say the word, I'll expose anything." "All right, I'll give you that right," Lu Yin shouted as he stared at her. "There are too many things that I don't know about in the Empire and too many people have done things that no one knows about. I need a commoner to have the right to know and I need someone who dares to speak the truth. Don't worry, do what you want and I'll help you." She was delighted but at the same time panicked. Although Lu Yin was powerful in the outerverse and could cover the sky with one hand, he stood at too high a position. There were some people that he couldn't control, and those people were the ones who could make her die without a proper burial. Lu Yin knew what she was worried about and he gave her the identity of a member of the second squadron so that she could contact the old smoker directly. With this identity, even the cabinet ministers won't dare to touch you. The second squadron will also send people to protect you. Don't disappoint me and I hope that everyone in the Great Yu Empire will have a fair chance to speak." She respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I understand." "It's good. However, the authority I'm giving you isn't for you to be above others. Your authority can restrict others and I naturally have people who can restrict you as well." She hurriedly acknowledged his words. As he watched her leave, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do. Restricting the top and bottom might cause chaos, but he had no other choice. The Great Yu Empire's upper and lower levels seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and he couldn't see the bottom. This was the source of the chaos, and he had to break through this barrier so that the entire Great Yu Empire could be connected as one. He didn't want to be a ruler who was blinded. Chapter 939. Managing cultivators was difficult and Lu Yin was not good at it. After some thought, he sent a message to Wang Wen, telling him that he would leave such matters to him in the future. His actions over the past 2 days were more like venting. Wang Wen smiled when he received Lu Yin's message. Although his methods were crude, he could see Lu Yin's determination to treat the commoners well. Only by curbing cultivators would the commoners be able to live a better life. It was good that Lu Yin had such determination. Everyone thought that Lu Yin was ruthless and liked to start wars, but he also treated the commoners well and guarded the borders. His bottom line was higher than many people's, which was why Wang Wen admired him and was willing to rely on him. Even Lu Yin himself did not know why he was so angry, but Wang Wen could tell that it was because those independent cultivators and merchants had caused even more bloodshed in the war, which had touched Lu Yin's bottom line. Wang Wen looked up at the sky. He did not care about the consequences of following Lu Yin. How far they could go would depend on the will of the heavens, and how history would record them would depend on their merits and demerits. No one had ever unified the outerverse, and Wang Wen saw hope in Lu Yin. He looked forward to the future of history. "Right, I almost forgot something." Wang Wen immediately sent Lu Yin a message. Lu Yin's eyes widened when he saw Wang Wen's message. There was such a thing. He did not hesitate to contact Elder Nuha. Lu Yin could not contact the elder through his gadget, but he did not believe it and continued. After almost an hour, Elder Nuha finally picked up and sounded exhausted. "Alliance Master Lu, what's the matter?" Lu Yin suppressed his laughter and coughed. "Elder, I heard that something strange has appeared in Ironblood Weave." Elder Nuha's tone immediately turned sour. "Wang Wen told you, right?" Lu Yin asked, "Is there really something strange? I heard that you, Elder, suffered a loss. Is that true?" Elder Nuha sighed. "That's right. I was unlucky and was stepped on." Lu Yin was shocked. "Stepped on by what?" Elder Nuha was silent for a moment. "Alliance Master Lu, I can tell you, but please don't tell anyone else." Lu Yin nodded. "Okay." Elder Nuha coughed and pondered for a moment. "Rabbit." Lu Yin was stunned. "What? A rabbit? It's a rabbit that's flashing with lightning. I was stomped on by that thing and I can't even catch up to it." Elder Nuha grumbled. He thought that Lu Yin would burst into laughter, but Lu Yin did not. Instead, his expression turned serious. Rabbit, it should be that one. Back on the savage ape planet, after Lu Yin had successfully unlocked the seal, the nine-headed ape had appeared and wanted to destroy everyone. It had been a rabbit that had appeared and stomped on the ape, which had caused the enlighter to be stunned. Lu Yin had also used his dye to absorb a trace of the innate gift of thunder, which had allowed him to eliminate the hunter who had been chasing after him. That rabbit had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. To be able to stun the nine-headed ferocious ape with a single stomp, its strength was simply unfathomable. Who would have thought that after so many years, that rabbit would appear again and even stomp on Elder Noah's foot? This fellow really could stomp on anything. Alliance Master Lu, you don't seem surprised, Elder Nuhua asked. Lu Yin replied, this junior has seen that rabbit before. He then recounted what had happened back on the savage ape planet. Elder Nuhua replied, that rabbit stomped on my foot and I didn't have time to react. It's normal for it to stun the ape with a single stomp. I'm only telling you this so that you can be on your guard. After all, a third of the outerverse is under your control. If this rabbit doesn't leave, then it might appear again. Lu Yin grunted. Elder, do you think that this rabbit came from the astral beast domain? Elder Nuohua replied, it doesn't seem like it. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. Lu Yin also felt that it had appeared out of thin air. If it had come from the astral beast domain, then it would not have done something so nonsensical. This rabbit's most powerful ability is actually its lightning. Its lightning has undergone a transformation and contains an indescribable power. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Is there anything else, Alliance Master Lu? Elder Nuohua asked, clearly in a bad mood. Lu Yin exchanged a few polite words and the two ended the call. Actually, Lu Yin wanted to meet that rabbit again, and it would be best if he could use his dye to borrow its lightning innate gift. Even Elder Nuohua had praised it, so its lightning was probably very powerful. It could deal with powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 at the very least. Elder Noah's being stomped on by the rabbit could only be considered an anecdote, so Lu Yin did not dwell on it. On the other side, Wei Rong contacted Zhi Xianxian. Wei Rong, Enya and Wang Wen were Lu Yin's military advisors for expanding his territory. He would inform the three of them whenever he had someone he could use so that they could make use of him. And now Wei Rong's attention was on Zifang. Lu Yin's promise to Zifang that he would ensure that he would become the family head was not enticing, as Zifang was the only direct descendant of the Zi family. He would definitely become the family head in the future, so he did not care about Lu Yin's promise at all. However, Lu Yin needed top-secret information on the Amethyst Trading Company, so he could only leave this matter to Wei Rong since he was an expert in scheming. Wei Rong did not disappoint Lu Yin, and his first thought was to contact Zhi Xianxian. Wei Rong had never interacted with Zhi Xianxian before, so she did not know that it was Wei Rong who had contacted her. Who is this? Zhi Xianxian was leisurely sitting in a courtyard and enjoying the sun. I'm Wei Rong. Zhi Xianxian frowned. Wei Rong, why are you looking for me? Does Miss Xianxian have any thoughts on becoming the family head of the Zi family? Wei Rong asked. Zhi Xianxian's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Nothing. It's just that our alliance head feels that his relationship with Miss Xianxian is pretty good. If Miss Xianxian becomes the family head in the future, then it will be beneficial for him as well, so he wants me to ask, Wei Rong said. Zhi Xianxian's tone was unpleasant. Tell your alliance head that he doesn't need to worry about the Zi family's matters. He's already a shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company, and he can inspect all information on the trading company. There's no need for him to do such a despicable thing. She then hung up. She was very dissatisfied with Lu Yin. Even though Lu Yin had resolved the Zi family's crisis, it was only because the Zi family had paid a price for it. She did not want to be involved with Lu Yin at the moment. Wei Rong was satisfied and ended the call. Zhi Xianxian's reaction was within his expectations, and this was enough. He did not really want to support Zhi Xianxian. Within a courtyard on planet Tianmao, Zifang looked at his gadget and was shocked. His vigilance towards Zhi Xianxian had not dissipated at all. Someone had just sent him information that the Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Yin had the intention of supporting Zhi Xianxian to become the family head. This was something that he had not expected. The Zi family was no longer one of the four major corporations. Even though Lu Yin had resolved the crisis, it was unavoidable that Lu Yin would be involved in the struggle to become the family head. It would be fine if Lu Yin did not interfere, but once he did, it was uncertain whether the position of family head would land in his hands. Back on Xenu Star, Xianxia had not only given Lu Yin shares of the Amethyst Trading Company's Xenu Star branch, but she had also helped him obtain quite a few pieces of information. It was not surprising that Lu Yin would support her. Zifang panicked as he could not lose the position of family head. Suddenly he recalled what Lu Yin had told him. As long as he could find the top-secret information that the Amethyst Trading Company had been searching for, Lu Yin would guarantee that he would become the family head. Zifang had not cared at first, but now he had to think of a way. Otherwise, if Lu Yin really supported Xianxia, he would be finished. Even if this was an internal matter of the Z family, Zifang had experienced Lu Yin's methods before. He could interfere whenever he wanted. Zifang was a very stubborn person. For the sake of becoming the family head, he could easily make things difficult for Xianxia and draw a clear line between himself and Zirong. This proved that he was stubborn, and a stubborn person could do anything. In order to obtain Lu Yin's support, Zifang decided to sneak a peek into Zi Tianquan's secret room. That was where the Z family's most confidential information was stored, and only the family head had the right to see it. Zi Tianquan's security of the secret room was extremely tight, and Mr. Yi was not far from it. Fortunately, too many things had happened in the Z family recently, and the security of the secret room had been lax. Otherwise, Zifang definitely would not have been able to get close. Inside the secret room, Zifang was excited as he looked at the top-secret information recorded on the scroll. He did not dare record it and quickly left. As soon as he returned to his residence, Zifang could not wait to contact Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, does your previous promise still count?" Zifang asked nervously. On the other end of the call, Lu Yin calmly asked, "What promise?" Zifang hurriedly replied, "You said that as long as I helped you investigate the Z family's top-secret information, you would support me in becoming the family head." Lu Yin smiled. "It does. Have you investigated it?" "I have. The Z family is supported by the home of the gods in the Neoverse, and they're developing information in the Outerverse. They're not a corporation, and even the investigation of all sorts of information is just a cover-up. The home of the gods wants the Z family to investigate a ruin called Rune Technology." Lu Yin suddenly stood up. "Rune Technology? Yes, it's a certain ancient civilization. I don't know the specifics and there are no records of it in history, but it does seem to have existed for a short time. There are very few Rune Technology ruins in the universe, and the home of the gods has asked our Z family to investigate for countless years. Even now we've only found 4. "Where are these 4 ruins?" Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Zifang replied, "Is Alliance Master Lu interested? That's a pity. According to the records, these 4 ruins were directly moved to the Neoverse by the home of the gods, and they're no longer in the Outerverse." Lu Yin was disappointed as he also had a fervent desire for the ruins of Rune Technology. Rune Technology was a short-lived civilization founded by the Rune progenitor. Although it was short-lived, it was extremely brilliant and not even history dared to record it. Progenitor Chen's achievements were unparalleled, and his martial power was monstrous. The 6th mainland trembled at the mention of his name, and he had created the 9 clones technique. He was invincible in the universe, and he could split into 9 equal to 9 progenitors. He was an existence that the 6th mainland's history dared not record. However, the Rune progenitor's existence was something that many people in the 6th mainland had never even heard of. He was an existence that did not even exist in oral legends. The Rune progenitor had founded a civilization that was difficult to comprehend. Even the slightest bit of knowledge was like a secret technique, which was the most terrifying thing about it. In the Innerverse, Lu Yin's true scripture of Ian Flow had reached the spiritual realm, and he hoped to advance further. He might not be the only one in the universe who had obtained the inheritance of Rune Technology. The home of the gods was also searching for the ruins of Rune Technology, which meant that they might have also obtained the inheritance, and there might even be people who had learned the true scripture of Ian Flow. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.